ladies who he's been interested in before will just kind of fall all over him, and he's used to that. So you want to give him that space for you too, all right? He's going to have to earn your respect, okay? Does that sound right to you?
Yeah. Oh, you're making me emotional.
Okay. I would say, Stephanie, by next summer, there will be some changes in this relationship, all right? Look for it next summer. Okay, dear?
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Stephanie, it's been very nice to speak with you today. I hope you have a wonderful wonderful evening. And
okay, thank
if you want to reach out, thank you so much. All right, bye-bye.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. If you'd like to reach out to me, I'm on Facebook at Pure Love Energy. I'm also on Instagram at Angel Guidance by Lisa. I give evidential mediumship readings, psychic readings, and I also give Reiki healing anywhere worldwide. I hope you all have a prosperous holiday season and new year, and I'll see you soon in 2020. Thanks so much. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Insights by Janita with Janita Francis. Live from InsightsByJanita.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Insights by Janita
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi everyone, and welcome to another exciting episode of Insights by Janita Francis. This week I thought we'd try something different. So in preparation for trying things different, I changed my set. I changed my hair. Usually my hair is up. For all those on the radio, my hair hates me. I hate my hair. We have a very healthy relationship. We don't expect too much of each other. So I try to hide my hair as much as possible so I don't look like I've been homeless for the last 15 years of my life. I want to try collective reading. I also want to get a bit more involvement. I have a Facebook page called Insights by Janita Francis. Now, if you haven't been there before, do pop over and have a look. So Janita is felt a little bit weird, I suppose. It's JOHNITA. And Francis is FRANCIS. Now, I'll give you those details again at the end of the show. But if you pop over to my Facebook and have a look, I do things called flash readings. And what that is that everybody that's watching my live at that particular moment gets a reading. So it could be a couple of minutes, it could be a one-card reading, could be a relative that comes through. I will warn you, sometimes it is chaotic. Like in the hour-long segment, I might do 40, 50 flash readings for people. It goes that fast. But there are replays available, okay? So you do need to be there to ask the question. And of course, everyone hangs around because it's just so fast, and spirit comes through at a fast rate of knots. They chat away to me. They flicker my camera. So you'll see my face if you haven't seen me because we're on the radio. But you'll see my face. You'll see the lights flicker. You'll see the camera get shook. You'll see spirit popping up into my curtain behind me that I use in my office. And look, it's just a lot of fun. It really is a lot of fun. Super sensitive subjects I will take offline. So if I get someone that is a little bit unsure about how someone passed away, or it's a little bit of a sensitive subject, I will still do that free one-card pull or that free channel intuitive reading, but I will do it in a private message because some things are just not for everybody all the time, are they? So there is options of doing that. Flash readings do happen. They are in a flash though, so we don't do them every single Thursday at 6 p.m. We do them some Thursdays. We'll do other free metaphysics education. I run master classes from there which are free, so you can learn about various different things. I did a boundaries masterclass very recently, and that has been an absolute hit with so many people, boys and girls, which is just amazing because we understand, we hear about self-love and we hear about boundaries, but what the heck is it and how do we embrace it? How do we bring this into our lives? So I take you through that. We've got a Soul Vibes masterclass coming up soon, and all of these masterclasses, the content is in a framework, okay? So we do have some structure to them, but spirit are hilarious. They will pop in, they'll redirect me, they'll give me different ideas while I'm trying to run the class. I let them go for it. I will playfully tell them to shut up or pipe down or stick a sock in it or anything else. Shut your pie hole, something that we say down here. But you know what? They never get offended. They just keep coming back. And sometimes I was doing a reading for someone earlier, for an example, and somebody in the background wanted to have a turn, but I was reading exclusively for somebody. So somebody in the background started throwing things around my house. And you can clearly hear them crashing something out in my lounge room, which I'm yet to go and have a look at. So I will get mad with them if they've broken anything on me. But lots going on over on my page. So you can follow me on Twitter. I have a Twitter account as well. I have a YouTube channel. I am on Instagram. I've tried to stick to Insights by Janita Francis everywhere because A, I don't like having to remember lots of different things, and B, I think it just makes it easier for the viewers and the listeners to be able to find me as well, so they can book in for a private reading, bit of coaching, mentoring. We do have paid workshops that are quite intensive, and they usually have a reading for attendees at the end of it. Depends on how many people come along and where we're going with it. But there's always something happening on my page. So if you haven't already been over there to like it and follow it, then please make sure you do, because it's a live wire hour. It's a lot of fun. There's also witch picture interpretation. So you know how sometimes on Facebook you see, do you like this angel or do you like that angel, and you put which your preference down in the comments, and you check back later and you get that definition of what that means. I actually run something similar. However, I channel the answers live. So I say, okay, Spirit, let's go. I do my little clicking fingers, which I'm not going to do now because they won't leave me alone. And then that engages Spirit. So they come along and I get the download from them straight away, and we do it online. So do my witch picture interpretations a little bit differently, but it's so much fun. It really is a lot of fun. So what I wanted to do, though, because I'm used to going 100 miles an hour, and if you listen to me on a regular basis, you will know that I can talk underwater with a mouthful of concrete. So what I thought about doing is, so I can reach out to more people and so we can get some more answers for you and provide some more clarity, I thought about doing an email session. So what that means is you send me in your email, or you private message me via Facebook, Insights by Janita Francis, and you let me know what your question is. And it could be, how's my career looking? Or, is this the right person for me? Is this relationship toxic? Could be anything at all, whatever's on your mind. Should I move to a new state? Should I move to a new country? All those sorts of things. And then I'll collect some of those and then actually answer them live here on A1R Psychic Radio. So it's an opportunity to, because it's so hard to get your callers listened to, and I get that, I understand that, and people are my favorite subject in the entire world. So for me to be able to reach more people and do more readings, I think that this option would be great. So again, I'll give you the details at the end of this segment, so you can send them through. Private message on Facebook is always a beauty, and then I'll just read them out. If you want to remain anonymous, give me a code word. So say Miss Brown from Oklahoma, and just remember that you're Miss Brown from Oklahoma, or Mr. Smith from Texas, whatever your code is, okay? I don't necessarily have to say your name if it's a sensitive topic, but you do need to give me something so I can identify you, so you know when the reading is for you. So that's something a bit interesting, a bit exciting, and good way to get, get your reading done as well, and to really bring some clarity and sense of purpose to the listeners. So I'm really looking forward to doing that. What else do we do? Have many motivationals that pop up on my Facebook page all the time as well. So there could be world speakers, or just people that I've just, when you just hear certain words or certain sentence at that point in your life, and it's like, oh my goodness, that's it. That's the key I need right now to change direction, to shift my perception. And so I've taken some of those quotes and I've put them on my Facebook page, and they pop up every now and then, so you can identify, oh, okay, this is something that we need to think about, or it could be a thought provoker for you. So I've also just finished doing the 21 Days of Abundance program, which is a free program. It is a private group that I run through my Facebook page, and for 21 days we do a task and we do a meditation and then we do a mantra, and it supports us being able to move forward in our lives and bring in abundance. So in all areas of our lives, not just money or finances or relationship, it's all areas. So and it's been such a success. I've had brilliant feedback from, I think there's about 34 people in this group that I'm teaching at the moment, and they've all had, on one level or another, some really big shifts in their lives. So if you're interested in doing that, it is no cost whatsoever. It is absolutely no cost. Let me know and we can run another group. I'd be absolutely thrilled to do that. So what else is going on? There's so much going on. So we've had some bushfires in Australia. Now we've got constant rain. You will know that I'm a motorcycle rider, so I don't want to be too upset about the constant rain, but I'm a bit itchy to get out there on my bike and put a few revs up there. So, but patience is a virtue. I taught someone this morning, so I best take my own advice, I suppose, and see how that goes. All right, what else? Gosh, there's so much going on. Lots going on. If you're in the western suburbs of Sydney, I will let you know that I now do face-to-face readings at a place in Campbelltown called Elizabeth's Crystal Garden. You will get me there on Thursday afternoons between 1 p.m. and 5 p.m. There's plenty of time to see me. So I do a lot of video conferencing. I do a lot of on phone readings and all sorts of things, because I read literally for people all over the world. It's just one of the greatest perks of my job is how many people I get to talk to and learn from and teach and, exchange energy with. But a lot of people do like that face-to-face reading. So if you are local to Sydney or western suburbs of Sydney, then I will be reading at Elizabeth's Crystal Garden every Thursday between 1 and 5 from next Thursday. So really looking forward to doing that, because it's just cool. It's just a cool way of doing things. So yeah. All right, we might get into a collective reading and see what the energy's doing. We've got Mercury in retrograde still until about March 10th. Okay, so that will shift a little bit compared to where you are in the universe, or on the planet rather. But you'll start to feel, now that we're sort of coming into that shadow phase, which means that it lessens a little bit, so it won't feel so chaotic. If you've had a particularly difficult time for Mercury retrograde, and it will be different for everybody, then you can start to feel, you might feel a little bit flat or a little bit lacking in energy, and that's certainly where I'm at. But it'll shift, okay? Just drink lots of water, just go with the flow, try not to choke anybody, especially the people that you love. And, it'll start to loosen as we get closer to the 10th. And then it starts going at the stations direct, which means that it's going to start moving forward again, okay? Which means that we won't feel like we're like little ducks on the top of the pond and our little leggies are going like the clappers, but we're not getting anywhere. So, Mercury's almost left us alone. Mercury does do retrograde, a few times a year, so it's not like we've got through this and we can take a great big sigh of relief, because she'll come back to bite us a little bit later in the year. And that's okay. I mean, that's cool. I hope that you have used the Mercury retrograde to be able to find a different way of communicating, because Mercury is the planet of communications. It controls all communications, electronic and verbal and non-verbal. So if you've used this time to your advantage, then you would have felt that you were heard, maybe not necessarily action orientated, but people were taking on board what you were saying. So you'll start to feel more action orientated results after Mercury goes direct again, so March 10th. So that is the aim, guys. So by the time you and I get together next week, Mercury will be going forward once more, or will speed up, I think we should say, and we'll start to feel more human and less zombie. I think that's a good expression for what's been going on. All right, where shall we start? We might actually start with the Zodiac deck. Now, this morning I had to do a reading for, I got contacted by a lady who's got a family member who's quite distressed about Grandma passing away, and she asked if I could tap into Grandma and just see if she's got anything to say, see if she's got any messages. And you know what? I absolutely love doing this for people, because when you're able to validate someone's feelings and to give them a little bit of clarity around, that grandma actually is here, or that your loved one still is around us, and they are able to communicate. And, the best thing that you can do is reach out to someone like myself or a similar medium who can tap into that for you. And then what you really should be doing is saying, how can I do this for myself? How can you teach me so I can do this for myself? And, I don't have this weird feeling where I want people to keep coming back to me every time they want to reach out to a loved one. I would rather teach you how to fish than just give you a fish. So I will tap in, I will show you how to do it, I'll show you how I do it. I will tap into your little energy and your skills and teach you how to hone those skills so you can actually talk to your loved ones that have passed as well. So the whole idea is to bring people into a spiritual awareness, and I can't do that if I'm selfish with how I do it. I just want people to really relax in being able to call on the spirit, to understand messages, to understand that spirit does things in a very odd manner. They use a lot of symbology. You need to be able to talk things out. Some people think you're crazy because you're nothing it out through your mind. If you do face-to-face readings with me, I will look at you when I'm talking to you, and I will look away when I'm talking to spirit. And I tell people that right from the get-go, because I don't want people to think that I need them to answer. I'm actually literally, and because I say it out loud, people know that I haven't tuned out or I've fallen asleep or anything else. They know I'm still on the planet. So that's how I do it. So little tricks like that. And we've got a Mars card out. That's a nice one. Oh, and we've got those ones too. So let's have a look at that energy, find what's going on here. So you learn little quirks and how to, that's very high up there. Rightio, guys. Okay, so we've got career under fire, friendships under fire, and hidden things under fire as well. But what I mean by that is these are the sorts of issues that we'll be facing, or the challenges, obstacles, whatever you like to call them, growth opportunities. That's a very nice way of putting it, a growth opportunity up in our careers. So a lot of people at the moment are questioning, what the hell am I doing? Is this the job for me? Is this the relationship for me? Do I like a friend? Do I need a new circle of friends? And how do I feel about this? How do I truly feel at my core about what's going on in my life right now? What do I want to change? And it can be quite overwhelming going through this. The only advice that I can give you is that you are not alone. Lots of people going through this, myself included. I had moments a couple of weeks ago where I just thought, what? No, I don't want to do this anymore. Why do I want to do this? And it wasn't about mediumship work, because I love it. It was about something else that I was doing in my life. And I thought, I don't want to do that anymore. That's just not, So if you're in that same boat, know that the action orientation's coming in. So Pluto's come up. So Pluto is all about transformation, leaping forward, being able to bring things in that you need to bring in. Jupiter's come in as well, which is all about confidence and having courage and self-belief. The only way you can change things in your life that you don't like is by having the confidence to be able to try something different. Having the confidence to be able to say, stuff that, I don't want to do this anymore, I want something different for myself. It's very Leo as well, okay? So it's definitely a reminder, and Mars driven. So it's definitely ambitious, and it's about you. It's like the universe is basically using these cards, using these planets and signs to let me know that it's up to you how you progress in your life. I can give you all the tips. Spirit can give you all the advice, recommendations, suggestions, tips, reminders. But unless you actually do the action, you do the intention, you follow things through, that lets, that's how you get results, by doing the action. And this is what it's all about. So for those of you that are listening at the moment and in the future, because who is supposed to be listening will be listening, trust me, that's how the universe works, know that you've really got to self-check, okay, when I really want to try a new business, as an example. okay, and you really feel very passionate about this new business and you're so excited, but then there's this pang of, can I do this? Am I nuts? You know, do I have the right skills to do this? You know what? Chuck all that doubt away. Chuck it all away. If you want to go into business for yourself, do it in a calculated, logical, smart, low-risk manner. Do a few hours a week. Maintain your full-time job. And then balance it out. So as your full-time job becomes, you know, a bit of a burden to your own business, drop back to part-time, drop back to casual, so you at least know that you've got that stable income coming in. And it takes a lot of that fear away of, crap, how am I going to pay my mortgage? How am I going to pay my car payment? How am I going to pay my medical bills or my insurances and those sorts of things? So absolutely, don't talk yourself out of your passions and your dreams, but do them in such a manner that you feel safe and secure as to reduce the fear factor, because it's really scary working for yourself. It really is. It's something that I've been doing for a very long time, but I've also had what I call a muggle's job. So I've always had that stable income that I can rely on, and that takes the fear out of working for myself, okay? So this is what the planets are doing at the moment. Now, when I'm talking about planets, I don't mean in astrological terms. I'm literally using the energy and the definitions and the traits of the planets and the zodiac to be able to bring you the reading, okay? So if you look up on astro.com or anything like that, you say, that lady's nuts, that's not what's going on. That's because I'm not actually using astrological terms here. Well, I am, but not for that purpose, not in astrological purposes. Does that even make sense? Oh, hopefully. And hang with me, I'm going to blame Mercury for that one, for my lack of being able to communicate correctly. All right, so let's have a look and see what I've got here, the angel cards. Oh, I've got to do a split right there. Okay. All right, guys, so what I can tell you is there's going to be a great deal of activity coming in with sudden and immediate results and important communication. Now, we just covered this on the other card in Mercury retrograde, so things are going to start to increase. Things are going to start to change. So even though we're feeling like those little ducks on the pond that are leggy to go on for it, we're actually going to gain momentum, and it's been backed up by the cards as well. There's some wisdom insight here. So it's a reminder for you not to act in haste or under emotional trauma. So even though we're at the end of our tethers and we're at our wits' ends with lots of things, we don't want that to just make the decision for us. We want to be able to use a bit of wisdom, okay? Am I feeling like doing this because I'm frustrated, or am I feeling like chucking my job because I'm so angry with everything? You've got to apply some logic to it, apply some wisdom as well, okay? Because it's high emotion time. You can't have a Mercury in Pisces in retro and think that everything's going to be smooth sailing when it comes to emotions. That is for sure. Now, speaking of emotions, the next card that came out is a new emotional situation, a great intuitive insight. Trust your gut. Okay, even though your gut feels like it's just gone on a holiday for the last few weeks, bring it in, trust it a bit more, really let go of any self-limiting belief patterns as well. Messages regarding relationships and social invitations. So that hibernation that you've been feeling, that pull back from the universe, pull back from society, just want to be left alone, that's going to start to lift. You're going to want to be around a few more people. Okay, if you're feeling extremely overwhelmed at the moment, stop trying to please everybody else. Just stop it. The best way to stop feelings of overwhelmed is to break out everything that you have to do into manageable chunks. And then you write down the things that someone tells you you should do in a different list, and you break them down into manageable chunks. And then you prioritize what you have to do. Okay, pick up kids from school, eat, go to work, make myself happy, meditate, whatever is on your selfish, beautiful list. And I love that word selfish because it's something that I've learnt to do recently, and it's not to the extreme, but it is enough to put my needs first. And it's okay to do that. Women are not good at doing that. If you're feeling overwhelmed, you're trying to do too much for everybody else. So break it down into manageable chunks. Once you've got everything that you need to do, that you have to do on your list is ticked off, then you can have a look at the other things that you should do, that other people want you to do, that you've probably been putting off because you don't really want to do them. Okay, but you have to make sure that your needs are met first, because that's how you get your fuel for life. It's how you get your energy. It's how you stay in touch with yourself so you don't lose who you are as a person. What else is going on? Nurturing, self-nurturing has come up. Practical and wise advice. Well, hopefully that's me giving you some. The ability to make anything more beautiful, it really comes down to perception here and how you view things and nurturing yourself. If you've been making plans to do things, they will start to come into fruition. I don't mind if there's career path changes, family changes, relationship changes, anywhere in your life whatsoever that you want to make some changes, they are actually going to come into fruition. Then we have an indicator, please, within the next 3 weeks. So within the next 3 weeks, you'll start to see some huge changes. And this is for everybody, okay? In any area of your life that you want some changes. 3 weeks, guys. Let's have a look and see what else is going on here. Let it go. Whatever you're trying to control at the moment, just let it go. Let the universe look after it for you. All right, guys, that is your collective reading for the 5th of March 2020. I'm Janita Francis. You can catch me on Facebook at Insights by Janita, Johnita, Johnita, Francis, Francis. You can catch me on Twitter, on YouTube, where else am I? Instagram, A1R Psychic Radio, Moonstruck TV, a whole bunch of places. Just Google my name and you will find me. So I think that's just about it for me this week. So it's been always been a pleasure to come and talk with you and to have you listen. Please do send me in a private message or an email through my website or Facebook what your questions are, and I will happily read them out. Don't forget the code name if you don't want me to use your own name, and we will do that next week. So get cracking, guys. We've got a few more seconds to go. So what else can we talk about? There's so much going on. There's so much going on. I'm getting some new crystals at the moment, so I'll unleash those next week for you. But of course, if you jump over to my Facebook, Insight that Janita Francis, then you will see my crystals being unleashed there and unwrapped. I don't think I've done an unboxing for a little while. I might need to do one of those soon too. So yeah, that's me for A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV for the 5th of March, and I will talk to you all very, very soon. Have a lovely, lovely week ahead. Thank you, guys. Bye.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Angelic Connections with Carrie M. Bush. Carrie M. Bush. Live from Facebook.com/Carrie M. Bush.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, Facebook.com/Psychic Radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Angelic Connection
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hey everyone, so welcome to Angelic Connections. My name's Carrie Bush and I am your host tonight coming from the UK. So I hope everybody's having a good start to the week. I have got a bit of a rotten cold, so I may need to keep drinking water throughout the show, but I've asked the angels to help me not cough and splutter everywhere. So we've got a really good show ahead. I'm going to do the usual angel guidance for the week, as well as you choosing the card number that you're drawn to for the messages at the end of the show. I'm going to talk a little bit about Mercury retrograde, which is all around us right now. And then I'm going to take a caller. And then after that, we are going to talk through chakras, because this feels really important at the moment that our chakras are balanced and, you know, to get us in center. So just before we went live, I pulled some cards from the Angel Therapy deck. And I have a card for our weekly guidance. And I also have pulled 3 cards for your special messages from the angels at the end of the show. So right now, I'd like you to choose the number that you're drawn to, number 1, number 2, or number 3. And at the end of the show, I will read out your special message for each and every one of you. So our card for the week is Clear Yourself. And this says, ask the angels to release any toxic energies that you may have absorbed. So this feels really apt for being a Mercury retrograde, because a Mercury retrograde is all about clearing and releasing anything that's around us that is, you know, maybe bringing some negative energy. So ask the angels to help clear you, clear your energy field, clear your energy space, clear your aura. It's very, very powerful. You just literally call in the angels aloud or in your head. It really doesn't matter. And ask them to come and clear your energy. It's also a good reminder to sage your aura and sage your own energy, and also the energy in your house. This is very powerful because we have had so much energy build up with all the ascension waves that we have received throughout January and February, and now being a Mercury retrograde. So it's just important to keep asking the angels to give us a little bit of a cleanse, clear our energy, and you just feel so different when you ask them to come in and do that. It really does make a big difference. So I wanted to talk about Mercury retrograde before I take a caller. So Mercury retrograde started on Sunday, and this is a very powerful time. If you are looking on your social media, you will see that there is a lot of fear energy around Mercury retrograde, but it's really not needed. It really isn't anything to fear. It's actually very positive indeed, and it is a very, very powerful time. So Mercury is all about the word, so revisiting, realigning, reevaluating. You know, it's about going back. So all of those words. So we will be revisiting the past a little bit. You may find that old patterns show up under a Mercury retrograde, things that are not serving you, that are blocking you from moving forward. So this could be anything, you know, even relationships. They may just start showing up a lot of patterns from the past. And this is really powerful, and this is where it's really positive, because what Mercury retrograde does is it shows us where we're going wrong. It shows us even if we have any subconscious things inside of us that is blocking us from moving forward. So it gives us that very powerful time of reevaluating our past, where we're coming from, and also evaluating our journey going forward, realigning our energy. So we may revisit that past and don't have any fear around this, because actually sometimes under a Mercury retrograde, it can make you feel like you've taken 2 steps backwards, but in actual fact you haven't. You're taking 2, 3, 4 steps forward. It just doesn't feel like it at the time. So it is a very powerful releasing time and a very powerful healing time under Mercury retrograde. So you will have stuff show up. It normally doesn't bypass anybody, but this is really powerful. So I want you to try and step away from the fear energy that is surrounded with Mercury retrograde, and instead see it as a powerful, positive energy. It is a time where you can get yourself healed, release things for good, and move forward. It is a time of deep clarity, and it also is a time of strong manifestation. So it's about using the Mercury retrograde to your advantage. If you can deal with what's showing up, so if you have any inner stuff showing up, anything that makes you feel uncomfortable, anything that takes you back to the past, if you can do the inner work around that and deal with it, you will find yourself in a wonderful place, because the Mercury retrograde really does catapult us forward. It aligns us to our manifestations. So a lot of people have this big fear energy around it, that when things show up, you kind of feel like hiding under a blanket for the next 3 weeks, and you kind of get into that space of saying, this is awful, I hate Mercury retrograde, it makes me feel awful, I feel uncomfortable, I don't even want to go out the door, you know, that real fear-based energy. But in actual fact, if you can just ask yourself, if anything shows up, whatever highlighting for you under this Mercury retrograde, if you can just ask yourself, what is this trying to show me? What is the lesson here? Where am I going wrong? Is this showing me a behavior that is just not going to work for me going forward? Because remember, we keep speaking about this. We are in 2020, a whole new decade. It is the new age Aquarian energy. We have to work in new ways. Our past ways are not going to work for us going forward. So we really have to attune to this new way of working, a new way of thinking, a new way of being. So ask yourself, if anything shows up, what is this trying to do for me? And if you sit quietly on that, you will be given clarity, and then you can go, okay, this feels a little bit uncomfortable, but do you know what? I'm going to do the inner work on this. So if it's about a relationship, for instance, and it's making you feel uncomfortable under the Mercury retrograde, then you can say to yourself, okay, maybe I haven't fully healed from a past relationship. Maybe I haven't fully let go of that ex-partner that I was with and the hurt that I went through. So then if you was to do some inner work around that, so doing some self-love, some healing around relationships, some meditation, all of that kind of thing, asking the angels to come in, you would then find that that would easily heal and release around you under a Mercury retrograde. But if you chose to not work on whatever's showing up for you, then what you'll find is after the Mercury retrograde, yes, it will subside, it won't feel so prominent or heavy, but what actually will happen is that energy will just lay buried inner. It will lay deeply buried. So then when we have strong energy again, the same subject is going to come up, but on an even more powerful level. So it is always about doing that inner work. We can't kind of bypass that on a spiritual path. It's so important for our growth. And this is what Mercury is all about. It is about, new growth, pushing us forward, really getting us going and in the right direction, or making our dreams come true, because that's what we're doing all the time. We're manifesting, we're realigning, we're going on a higher vibration. We are leveling up to make our dreams come true. So this is where we're at. So if you can just look back on your past 2 weeks, so that is in the pre-Mercury 2-week shadow phase, then you will see whatever was showing up for you in that 2 weeks. So 2 weeks ago, what patterns have been highlighted for you? This is what your Mercury retrograde is all about. That's a really good guide to let you know what this Mercury retrograde is going to be about, what you're going to be working on, what you need to heal and what you need to release. So it's worth having a little look back, and then it will show you those patterns. So I hope that's helped you a little bit understand Mercury retrograde and take the fear energy out of that a little bit. So we're going to go to a caller now. I think we have a caller ready. Tawaha, I hope I've got your name right.
Tawana.
Tawana, I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm
apologies.
here.
How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. I'm good. So how can I help you today?
Well, I was calling because my mom recently passed away,
Okay. I'm sorry about
and
that.
thank you, and we don't know why or what happened. So I was wondering if I can get any type of information.
Okay, so I'm not actually a medium. To get that kind of strong information and powerful information like that, you probably would need to connect to a medium. But I can pull some cards and we can see what comes up. I'm happy to do that. But you would probably need an actual medium who could link in directly to your mum and your mother's energy to get that kind of information. But I'm more than happy to pull some cards and we can see what the angels give us around this.
Okay.
Okay, so let's pull you some cards. I'm going to ask your mum's energy to come in. Okay, so firstly, you get the protection card, and this is lovely because this really does attune to a mother energy. So if you can see by that card, that is a mother nurturing her child. So obviously your mum's energy is very much around you. She's coming in, she's nurturing you, she's healing you. She feels that pain. I feel straight away that the angels are giving me a very powerful message of that you're not to worry. She doesn't want you to be so upset. Obviously you're going to be upset. You've just lost your mum. I understand completely because I've also lost my mum, so I understand those emotions, and obviously we do have to honor them and go through the grief cycle, but it's going to be more painful for you because you don't have answers. But your mum is coming through quite strongly. She's around you, she's protecting you. She is giving me a sense that all is going to be revealed. Have you got an inquest or something going on around this?
Have a what?
Is there like an inquest going on around this? Like a sort of legal inquest to find out the cause of death?
No.
Okay, have they not spoken about doing that? Like, so in the UK, we have like an autopsy to find out the cause of death and that kind of thing with an inquest?
No, I haven't found out anything.
Okay, is there, was it just a sudden passing?
Say that again, please. It's hard for me to understand what you're asking.
It's okay. Was it a sudden passing? Did your mum pass suddenly?
Yes, suddenly passing. Yes, they just found her on the floor with, that was it. It was like she wasn't sick or anything. So it was sudden and no one knows why.
Okay, because I'm feeling like the angels and your mum's energy is certainly around because your mum's energy is strongly around you. And I feel like they are drawing me to the heart area. So I just feel quite strongly there could have been something with her heart. She's saying there will be answers around here. She doesn't want you to worry. It's like all is going to be revealed. So I don't know if you can go and maybe speak to a doctor. I don't know how things work where you are. But in the UK, we would have, like, for a sudden passing, we would have an autopsy done to state the cause of death. Is this recently that your mother's passed?
I was in November, so almost 3 months ago.
Okay, so she's given me a sense that all's going to be revealed. I am being drawn very strongly to the heart area. So I don't know whether she may have had a sudden heart attack, if that would make sense at all. But I'm just being drawn to my heart area really strongly. And I'm kind of getting a feeling of quite strong indigestion and just I'm feeling really uncomfortable around my heart area. So I don't know if that's what could have happened. And a heart attack would obviously cause, in a lot of people, a sudden passing. But she's saying you are going to get answers. She is around you so strongly. I'm sure you're feeling her energy and she is nurturing you. She wants to dry your tears. She wants you to be happy again. She doesn't want to see you so sad. Obviously, that's easier said than done. because as I know what you're going through, when we lose our parents, it's very hard. So she's nurturing you, she's seeing you through this. There's a lot of healing energy around you, and she's saying the answers are there for you. So it may be worth you having a reading with a medium, because there's somebody who's got the full answers there for you. So maybe see if you can find a medium local in your area. I feel like she wants you to go and see somebody in person. So this isn't like via phone. This is finding a medium in person, but there's someone who can help you with these answers. But I'm just strongly being guided to my heart area. So I just feel like it could have been a sudden heart attack, but she wants you to know that she's with you. She's never left your side, and you know, she's going to stay with you. She's nurturing you. She's healing you. So she just wants you to look after yourself and deal with your grief, you know, and you know, look after yourself is the main message. But she's definitely around you very, very strongly. So go and find a medium, but make sure that you see a medium face to face. It feels really important. So if you can see face to face, I don't know why, maybe because of the energy. But this person is going to really be able to help you and give you some answers. I feel like there's someone locally to you. I don't feel it's travelling far. So have a little look if you've got some mediums local to you. But know that your mum is very strongly around you. She really, really is. So I'm sorry I can't give you any more than that, but I hope that helps you a little bit.
Yes, it definitely helps.
Okay, so look after yourself. I have a page on Facebook called Carrie M. Bush. If you join, like that page, and what I'll do after I finish this, I'll put up a healing from grief meditation on the main page, and it really, really helped me so much after losing my mum and my dad. So I'm going to put that on my Facebook page, and you can, you know, use that to help you with your healing journey.
Okay, what's the Facebook page?
It's Carrie M. Bush. Just type that in. It's a public page. And when I finish this show, I'll put it straight up for you so that you can find it. And it will be at the top of the page. Save it to your phone or whatever, and just keep doing that meditation. It helps me so much with my recovery. I can't say how powerful this meditation is. And it really helped me heal and move on from that painful grieving energy. Okay, so I'll put that up straight after. And if you want to message me, I'm happy to talk with you, because obviously I do know what you're going through, because I've been through the exact same thing, and it is very, very painful. So I'm happy to speak to you on Messenger as well.
Yes, it is. Okay,
you take care of yourself.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right,
Bye.
thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Okay, so let me just have a quick bit of water because my throat is so dry. I want to talk about chakras quickly because we haven't got a lot of time left, and I need to get everybody's messages at the end. So we have 7 chakras. This is our own personal energy field, our own personal rainbow. The chakras are really powerful. They're your energy life force. And imagine them, each 7 chakra as a wheel. And to be in balance and healthy, they spin. They're spinning the whole time like a wheel going around. A chakra area is really easy to get out of balance, and then it stops spinning as efficiently. So what I wanted to do, I wanted to quickly go through all 7 chakras, and I wanted to say a powerful affirmation on each one. You can listen to this on repeat. You can listen to the show back and do it as many times as you want, but it really helps align you and rebalance your chakras. So I want to start with the crown chakra, and this is on the crown of your head. It is a violet color. So I want you to imagine a violet energy color right now on the crown of your head, and it's spinning and it's getting more vibrant in violet color. And I want you to say these words. I experience everything as grace. I am grounded to the earth and I am connected to the heavens. I understand the deeper truth and connection. Next, I want you to go to your third eye chakra, and that is where your eyebrows are. This color is indigo. So again, imagine, visualize this indigo color getting brighter and brighter, spinning like a wheel in your eyebrow area, and repeat these words. I dwell in the present time. I clearly see the challenges set before me. I am open to the wisdom of source. Next, I want you to go to your throat chakra, and this is in your throat area. It is the color blue. So I want you to, again, visualize the color blue in your throat area getting more vibrant and spinning like a wheel, and repeat these words. I can say no when it's necessary. I speak my truth. I listen to my intuition. Next, I want you to go to your heart chakra, and this is at the center of your chest. It is a green color. So again, visualize the green energy getting stronger and stronger and spinning in your heart area. And repeat these words. I sense that everything is connected. I accept myself as I am. I love myself deeply. I am worthy. Next, I want you to go to your solar plexus chakra, which is located at your navel. It is the color yellow. So again, visualize a vibrant yellow color getting stronger and stronger and spinning in the navel area, and repeat. I am connected to my higher self. I am powerful. I am strong. Next, I want you to go to your sacral chakra, which is located at your lower abdomen below your navel. It is an orange color. So again, you're visualizing that orange, vibrant energy getting stronger and stronger and spinning in this area. Repeating the words, I am kind and compassionate. I feel good about my body. I express my feelings in a positive way. And lastly, I want you to go to your root chakra, which is at the base of your spine. This is a red color. So again, you're visualizing the red getting vibrant and spinning. And you repeat the words, I am grounded and connected. I am open to new ideas. I let go of my past. And this is really powerful to keep repeating, and really aligns your chakras back up, really balances and centers them. You can repeat that as often as you want. So I want to go to the cards now that I've pulled for everyone's message. They are on the same deck, Angel Therapy Oracle cards, and they resonate to your chakra because after doing that powerful little exercise. So for anyone who chose the card number 1, you get the solar plexus chakra. So I would like you to work on the solar plexus chakra. You can do this via guided meditation. So you just go onto YouTube and put in solar plexus chakra meditation for balancing. This is going to be really good for you. It says it is safe for you to be powerful and to take charge of your life in positive ways. So this is really going to connect you to your inner power. So you are reattuning this area. So do this chakra meditation, and you are going to get your power back and your energy back in a powerful way. For anybody who chose number 2, you get the heart chakra card. So I would again like to ask you to do a heart chakra meditation. Go onto YouTube and go to the first heart chakra meditation, guided meditation you're drawn to, and that's going to really help you. The answer you seek is in your heart right now. Be open to giving and receiving love. So that's going to tune you back to love energy. For anyone who chose number 3, you get the base chakra card. So I choose only positive thoughts to describe your home, career and finances, and your words determine your outcome. This is going to connect you back to positivity, back to positive energy. So I want you to find a good guided meditation for your base chakra. And that's going to really help align your energy and, you know, get your energy levels back up and running. So I hope that helps you all. And I hope that that's been good information about the chakras. So you can find me on Facebook at Carrie M. Bush. I have lots of positivity on this page, daily angel cards, lots going on. So do come and join. It's a public page. That's Carrie M. Bush on Facebook. I'm also on Instagram and Twitter. I also have a spiritual soul group on Facebook. This is a monthly subscription group, but this is like a soul family group with a deeper one-to-one connection, working with you on your spiritual path. It's £25 monthly, but you get so much support and guidance. There's so much going on there. So come and check us out on there. I think you'll really, really enjoy it. And I also have books on Amazon at Carrie M. Bush. So come and find me there. Go and have a look at my books, children's books, adult journals. Go and check them out on Amazon. So I want to just say thank you for being here. The energy's been beautiful, and thank you for listening to my show. I'm here next Tuesday at the same time, and I want to wish you all a wonderful week, and I'm sending so much love and light your way. Have a good week.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyonsBrilliance.wixsite.com/Perry Lyons.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is New York City Celebrity Psychic
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
I feel so live. Hi, cats and kittens. I just want to explain why I'm dressed like this. Hold on. I've got the wig. You got to see this. My producer's going to kill me because I promised him I wouldn't move, but I lied. Look at this outfit. It's so cool. Anyway, $10 in a Brooklyn store. So let me tell you why I'm dressed like this. I don't know if you folks have been reading about Mercury retrograde. Mercury retrograde it's a thing in astrology. I'm not going to go into the physics of it because I'm not very good at that. I'm a psychic, not a physic. But there are about 4 times during the year, for about 10 days at a time, when Mercury, which is the planet of communication and travel and things like that, because Mercury was the messenger of the gods, and that planet's named after him. Anyway, so Mercury goes retrograde, and when it appears to stop in its orbit and go backwards, it doesn't actually do that because of the planet, and they tend to be pretty predictable. But from our viewpoint in Earth, that's what it appears to do. Anyway, when Mercury goes retrograde, things kind of just get more complicated than they need to be. And I'm not just talking about my love life. So when Mercury is retrograde, like travel gets screwed up, anything to do with communications, which includes like internet, electronics, film, stuff like that. And I sort of forgot that it was Mercury retrograde, and it's in Pisces, which is a very kind of coolly groovy sign. So Mercury retrograde doesn't have the frantic energy it sometimes does. It does have the energy of effectively molasses being poured into the gears of a very finely tuned machine, is what it is more like. So today, I have been dealing with bureaucrats and people saying absolute nonsense for 67 times longer than they needed to. So, for instance, my phone got stolen last September, and I've been trying to get Sprint to turn off that line because the thief has been using it to call like Sweden and Jupiter and stuff. Keep billing me. So I came back to New York partially to go to the police station because Sprint said they wanted a police report, which I can only do in New York. There's a point to this story. Let me tell you what it is. So I got the police report, and I went into a Sprint store, and they said, "I'm sorry, but we can't stop billing you for the phone until you bring the stolen phone back." I'm like, okay, so basically you're suggesting that I go up to every other person on the subway and say, "I'm sorry, sir, would you mind did you steal my phone? Could I have it back?" And I also had my wallet stolen with like all my ID in it and my credit card. So I went to my bank with my police report and all the photographs of all my picture ID. And they said, no, we can't give you a temporary card because you need photo ID. I'm like, yes, that's why I have these police reports and these photos. And they're like, I don't understand. It's all very Mercury retrograde. And then I had to buy something for the show, and the line was so slow that snails were whizzing by the rest of us. Just little rocket-powered snails whizzing by us this week. All of us online grew old together, and eventually we were there for so long that people online founded a community and then a small city-state and developed their own language and a currency made out of cosmetic wrappers. Anyway, hi, welcome. So the reason that I'm dressed like this is because I could either burst into tears, lie face down on the floor and have a tantrum, which, not going to lie, already happened. Or I could say, you know what, if things are going to be this like bizarrely obstacle-laden and bizarrely bizarre, then the best thing I can do is be silly and have fun with it. But the more seriously I take it, the more upset I'll get. And that doesn't work. Hence, shopping at a Brooklyn, like, especially kind of hooker garb store and getting a fabulous kind of hooker kind of jumpsuit I love and garish jewelry. Look. And Mercury retrograde no longer has any power over me. So if until between now and March 10th, you're finding that communication is really kind of irrationally bad, or you're finding that your plane has been rerouted, you're going to South Dakota, but for some reason it's been rerouted through like Turkestan. These are all Mercury in retrograde things. So don't worry too much about miscommunications. Use this time not to do anything really that active. You can start doing that on the 10th. But use this time to do things that begin with an R-E. So rest, retreat, relax, and feel happiness. Renew yourself, refresh, review, and don't go to Bank of America or Youth Sprint. Aside from that, that's my advice. When life hands you lemons, I mean, you can make lemonade, but you can also learn to juggle. So when they go serious, you go silly. Okay, so thanks for listening. And was it Vonda? Who's our first caller today?
I'm sorry?
Alanda.
Yes.
Oh, that's pretty. Alanda?
Yes.
That's beautiful. Hi, dear. Oh, Alanda.
Yes. So it's like Yolanda, but with a V.
Yeah, beautiful. That is the most exotic name I've ever heard coming out of Indiana. I actually played a singing gig in Dyer, Indiana. Indiana's beautiful. I can already tell you're the hippest person there, then. So, my darling, tell me your birthday. That's how I bond with you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. January 15th, 1983.
Oh, happy Martin Luther King Day. 1983. Yes. I have shoes older than you. Help. Okay. Oh, it's such a nice giggle. I'm so glad you called, my little Capricorn. So, how may I help you today? Mm-hmm.
So, I'm having issues in my marriage, and I just wanted to get guidance that's rather it's fixable, or if it's time to cut ties.
Well, first, that's a great question. First, let me get this out of the way. There's no physical abuse, right? If there's any physical or even mental abuse, go someplace else.
There's no physical abuse.
Okay, stuff can still be really bad, though. It feels to me like, when did this start? Did it really start coming to your attention about 5 to 6 months ago?
It's been longer than that. Let's see, we have been together 7 years, married for 4, and it got really rocky after the first year of marriage.
Yeah, it tends to. The reason I say the last 5 or 6 months is because I feel like you were kind of, how can I put this? You're just kind of either ignoring it or dealing with it, but then it's starting to feel like a power struggle. And it's starting to feel like rather than we're working together, and I feel he makes things very adversarial. So it's not him and you. It's sort of him versus you. And that's taking a toll on your feeling of being empowered or having self-esteem, both of which are two things I want for you. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You have one child?
I'm sorry?
It feels like there's a kid in there somewhere.
Yes, we have a daughter.
Yeah, she's gorgeous. Oh, is she special? When's her birthday?
January 13th.
Look at you, keeping it all in the same week. What about your husband?
January 19th.
Oh, please. Really?
Yes.
Oh, well, Capricorns are notoriously frugal, so you get the after Christmas sale, and you get it all out of the way at once. I love that. Now, there's been a lot of planetary action having to do with Capricorn. And Capricorn, I love Capricorns. Everybody says they're the executives of the zodiac. You know, they may seem like that on the outside. Underneath, you people are crazy in a very good way. But I mean, I'm not buying the executive thing. You're actually, the reason a lot of you value like structure and discipline and, you know, looking very put together, all of that is because you want to appear normal because you know that underneath there, you're a very original thinker. Capricorn's a very misunderstood sign. You're the most like that. Only your daughter's the most like that. She is really, she's something. Does she have very round cheeks?
Yes.
And does she have kind of almond eyes, kind of slightly, they tip up at the, like really beautiful, like Princess Jasmine eyes?
Can you repeat that? It's kind of like...
Oh, does she have like almond-shaped eyes, like sort of, they sort of tilt slightly up, like Princess Jasmine in Aladdin? I can't believe I just said that. But she a beautiful
they kind of... Yeah, they you would say they shape like an almond.
Yeah. Are they kind of golden? I'm sorry, I'll move on, but I'm sort of in love with your daughter right now.
They're not really golden. They're a light brown. So I guess
I think they're golden. Amber. They're tiger eyes. Hi, sweetie. Hi. I'm so glad you could join us. Hi. How are you?
My mom is
Oh, I know. So, you know, if you can go get some juice, I'm going to talk to your mommy for a little while, and we're going to say really good things about you, okay? Let's have a little juice, and your mom and I are going to have a little talk. Okay.
Okay.
Here's the thing. No, not yet. You stay where you are. But she gets the juice. Just be clear. Okay. She's so cute. Here's what I'm getting. I wouldn't normally say this, but I'm going to. I think a part of you is genuinely, you're a very spiritual person. I also think you're religious. And I think that when you took your marriage vows, you weren't kidding. No. And even though you have a beautiful sort of light, playful, charming way about you, you're very serious when it comes to matters of what comes to your value. So this looks to me like, how can I do this? I think he's a really good man, but I think his idea of what being a father and a husband is kind of kind of rigid, right? I might come from this side. So I think he got more like this when he became like a daddy And so he's gotten kind of lost into playing this role that I don't think is really him. I think that who he is, did you guys meet in a very cute way? Were you like rollerblading and went off a cliff together or something like that?
No.
Maybe not that. Okay. But did you meet in sort of a cute way, or how did you meet?
We met online.
Oh.
But he said, well, we actually went to school together. I didn't recognize him. He recognized me. I didn't even know he existed.
I think that's probably why he was online. He's like, please let me meet her again. But it feels like you guys did something really fun or cute on one of your first 3 dates. Anyway, not important. But he has this side of being really loyal, and really, he can be really funny when he gets relaxed. So I feel like right now you're being asked to look at where else in your life you're letting other people make you feel disempowered. Because in a sense, this isn't about him, it's about your response to him. So I'm going to go through a brief exercise with you. You mind? Will you play with me for 3 minutes?
Okay.
Okay. First, I want you to close your eyes and just go to a place, not literally because I want you to stay here, but go to a place in your mind that remembers things like very beautiful or very relaxed. It's a really nice place where you just are happy. A beach, can be another beach, can be a third beach. But just take a moment and get into that kind of happy feeling. You got nothing to do for the next 2 minutes. You just feel that feeling. Then what I'd like you to do is think about this problem, this sort of tug of war you guys are having, and your feeling of frustration with him. And what I want you to do is, in your imagination, kind of be the person you would be if suddenly that problem wasn't there anymore. So, who would you be being? How would you be acting? How would you feel if suddenly this problem miraculously went away? So take a moment. So you're still you, but this issue has just cleared up. He's listening. He's being more respectful. He's not being quite as domineering, and he's being kind of the guy you fell in love with. So that you don't even have to worry about like why suddenly this problem has gone away. What I'd like you to do is just feel what it likes to be the person who doesn't have that problem. Are you there? Nice, right? All right, I'd like you to do this for the next, let's try 10 days. Just set a time. It takes 3 minutes. And what you're doing is when you go to the place where that issue isn't there anymore, and you're just being the person without that issue, it kind of, you're working with your higher power, God, and that hugely wise, loving, all-powerful, did I mention loving? Partner, the one up there, will just make that happen. You don't have to worry about how or why, and you might find yourself responding differently. Because I think this guy really loves you, and he's faithful, and he's honest, and he's cute.
He has been.
He gained a little weight. What?
He's been deceitful and cheating with this.
Oh, he has. Okay, then I take that back. Sorry, but I think I will say, and I'm not making excuses, I think he's been doing that as kind of a power game that has been aimed at you because he wants kind of power and dominance. Just try this for 10 days. Get his butt back to church I think he wants to be a good man. If after 10 days you're not seeing any change at all, then you know what? Do what you feel you have to do to be free and to be your best self. But I'm just going to ask you to try this for 10 days, because what I get from this guy is, right, don't take this the wrong way, but I have a girlfriend who's a special ed teacher. And I used to complain about my boyfriend, and she'd say, here's what you don't get. Men are just autistic women. So they're really smart, but they are not sure how stuff works in human interaction. Also, you have the power in this relationship much more than you think you do. So let me ask you two more things, and then I'll get to what I think is going to happen. Are you still attracted to him?
Yes.
Yeah.
I recently had a conversation with him. You know, with things being as rocky as they have been, and the fact that he left, he had a full-blown affair, like it was public. I told him that it was times that I had, you know, like begged God to take my feelings away. I prayed that if the marriage was over, that he would go file for the divorce. I tried moving on. I tried just ignoring him. I tried not having feelings. And it was like, it just didn't stop.
Yeah. We've got 20 seconds, so I'm going to talk really fast. What I'd like to do, I think you guys have a very strong bond. It's like a past life bond. So I think he wants to be the man that you see he's capable of being. Not that that's your responsibility. Try this for like 10 days. Can you call back on March 18th? I'll ask my producers to prioritize you and tell me how it's going. And then I'll tell
March
you.
18th.
I'll tell you what I get, but I think the thing I'm suggesting is going to work. If you forget how to do it, just contact me on Facebook. My name is Perry, like Periwinkle, Lyons, Lyons, on Facebook, and just shoot me a little an email, and I'll send you my number. We can chat.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Divine Guidance with Angel Tuzigno. Live from CrystalClear101.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Divine Guidance
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Angel's Divine Guidance. Okay. Alrighty, let's see. So I've been gone for a few weeks. I've been sick. So if I get into a coughing fit, please forgive me. We will do our best to not cough your ears off. Alrighty. So just a few little housekeeping. You can get a hold of me at crystalclear101.com, or you can follow me on Facebook at Crystal Clear Holistic Healing and Products. You can also text me at 306-261-4086. So I was thinking today a little bit about what people have been talking about when you're getting into society and everything that's going on. And I think Abraham has said it best about poverty and abundance. And Abraham is more going in the way that if we continually think we do not have, that we are poor, we cannot make room for the riches to come into our life. So look at it as it is how we think about our life and what's going on is going to be how we look into the future, what we're going to attract, what we're going to bring in to ourselves. Okay? So now let's look at it from an angle of how Abraham puts it, that we need to be on the flying disc in our vortex. So if we're constantly thinking of what we don't have, we are not on that flying disc. We're not in our vortex being ready to grab, take hold of, and bring in what we're asking for. So we have to think that even though things aren't going the way that we think they should be going, they're going the way they're supposed to be going in society. Okay? So, I mean, I looked at it as I missed the last few shows and we've had to do reruns. And I was down about it because I like doing my shows. I enjoy doing my shows. But the more I thought about being sick, the more I was sick. Once I got out of that frame of mind, I guess you want to say, where I said, enough is enough. It's over with. I'm doing my next show no matter what. Even if I have to be laid out to do it, I'm doing it. And things started shifting for me. I was able to start having conversations without having a coughing fit. I was able to walk upstairs without having issues to breathe. But I changed the way I was looking at the whole situation. Instead of feeling sorry about being sick, I thought, no, I'm not sick. And I started thinking of myself as healthy. So I got on the flying disc, I got into the vortex, and I started drawing in good health and well-being. And it's the same for everything. If we look at that we don't have money, then we need to start acting. And I don't mean going out and spending money we don't have, but we have to start looking at the things and acting grateful for what we have. And this goes a lot of ways in a lot of areas in our life. if we are looking at love. If we think we don't have love, we're not going to have it. Or if we get stuck in the frame of mind that love looks a certain way, even though love comes differently to us, we're not going to see it because we're too fixated on what we think it should be like. But in reality, the universe is bringing us what we need, if that kind of makes sense. So, my next couple of shows will still be here at home, but I will be doing my May 25th show out of Thunder Bay, Ontario. So I will be in Thunder Bay on Wednesday, May 25th. So anybody in the Thunder Bay area, just get a hold of me and maybe we can do coffee and have a good chit chat. So the card that I drew for everybody watching the show today, I'm on the iPad. Sorry, guys. Kind of got to bring it in. Well, we'll give that up. Is the life force. Express your driving passions. Okay? So as a general, as society, we have to be looking at where we want society to go. With the world crisis going on and the COVID-19 and everything going in our way, I mean, COVID is being made to be blown out to be this nasty thing when it's actually it. And I don't want to cut it down that it isn't a bad thing to have, but it's just another common cold and flu. Just it's a different strain that we've never seen before. It's evolved just like we evolve every day, and people need to take extra precautions of washing hands, coughing into your arm, staying home if you're sick. Heaven forbid, you should not be going anywhere and you should not be going to work if you're sick. You need to stay home and rest. You need to drink lots of fluids. That's how you're going to heal. It's nothing to, I see everybody calling me and saying, oh, what about this? Should I go on my trip? Should I do this? Should I do that? I'm not saying do it, and I'm not saying don't do it, but don't be scared. Don't be fearful of what's going on. It is just part of life. We've gone through this as a society in the past, and we're going to keep going through it as long as the earth is still spinning. It's just different strains that, like us, grow and adapt. And it's just making sure to take the proper precautions. Okay? And I'm not saying go out and spend thousands of dollars on masks and everything that they're putting out there, because you can talk to doctors and they're going to tell you the safest thing is washing your hands, practicing proper hand washing. You touch money, wash your hands. You shake somebody's hand, wash your hands, because you never know. If you touch metal surfaces, wash your hands. Just get in the habit of washing your hands all the time. So now that I'm done my little rant, let's go on to my first caller. And because I'm on my iPad, Dave, I don't have my message. Okay, so we're going to go straight to Christine. Hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. And you, girl, your cards that I pulled, you got 3 of them, okay? So your first card is increased awareness. Your second card is higher learning. I got to remember, hold it in front of me. And your third card is inner strength. Okay? So with these cards, when you put them, like they all 3 have a different meaning to them. But when we put all 3 together, it's telling me that you're stronger than you think you are. All right? You are at a higher learning frequency, so you have a lot of messages coming in, and you learn from experience. So you need to start learning to listen to your inner gut and learning how to decipher the energies around you. You've got increased awareness. That's your third card, which they want you to start trusting yourself. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, definitely.
It does? Okay, so how long have you been psychic?
Oh yeah, I said. Me. I'm actually. I'm not really psychic. I'm just trying to like develop my abilities a little bit right now.
Oh, girl, you're psychic. I'm sorry to tell you.
Really? Oh, thank you.
You are truly psychic. You do need to learn to master the ability. And part of doing that is meditating. Just go on YouTube and get a meditation of learning to meet your spirit guides and start getting to understand that energy and that communication with them. You've been always following your inner gut, which is a psychic ability. And you have the knowledge of just knowing, like, you know things and you kind of go like, okay, how did I know that? That's all psychic abilities. The same thing with the ringing in your ears. That's messages coming to you that you're not quite on the same energy or vibration as where the message is coming from, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's actually been happening to me a lot more recently, is the ringing in the ears.
Yeah, and that's just sort of, you have to just kind of stop in the moment and say, okay, I hear you, but I don't understand. Can you bring it to me a little clearer? And while you're doing that, their vibrations way up here and we're way down here. And as we stop and take the time to say, okay, I hear you, but I don't understand, bring it to me clearly. You're raising your vibration. They're bringing their vibration down till you can get on the same plane. And then it's easier for you to get that communication coming in. Does that make sense?
Oh, okay. That's really cool. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that. That's really cool.
Yeah, you just need to practice it. Now, they tell me you have 2 questions for me.
Yeah, so I guess my first one would be if to know if you're getting any spirits coming through that have any messages for me.
Okay, who's the male that passed? It's a younger male.
Maybe my ex-boyfriend.
Okay, I'm just going to ask him for a little more information. It's kind of a weak, it's kind of a weak connection. Did he have a half-ton truck that would have been, I want to say red, but I'm going to go more maroon because it's kind of like on the darker side. Does that make sense?
What did you say, a hat?
A truck.
Oh, a truck? No.
Was he in an automobile accident?
No.
Okay, so maybe this is for the next caller. This is a very weak. You don't know anybody, because he's very adamant here. He's coming back now. You don't know anybody that's a younger male that either died in a vehicle accident or had that color of a truck? Or know anybody?
No, that's coming
There's
to
no
mind.
connection? Okay. So we're just going to leave that one. Just keep that, though, in the back of your mind. It might pop in later where you might be talking to somebody and they'll go on it. Then you'll know, bing. Okay. Yeah, I got a few people here. I want to make sure they're for you, though. Okay, you have... Oh. Okay, what's the connection with your dad?
What do you mean with my dad?
I'm getting an elderly lady on the other side that is bringing to my attention your dad. So it's almost like, does he have high blood pressure, or is he not feeling well?
He hasn't been feeling well lately, but I don't think he has high blood pressure.
Okay. she's bringing it to my attention, like it's almost like I want to fall backwards. And usually to me, that's a sign of high blood pressure. But it could also be that he may just have what's going on here with his health? Because she's bringing up that he needs to pay attention to this health issue. Okay? It's not something, because your dad is a strong character. I'm not sick. I'll just keep going. But she's making me feel like he should not be sweeping that underneath the rug. Because she's making it feel like he should not sweep this health issue underneath the rug. So he should. He's a strong-willed man, though, isn't he?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Because I'm sitting there and I'm going, he should be going to the doctor, but then she's going, he's not going to listen. So you're going to have to figure out a way. Because you're his little girl. You've always been able to get your dad to do things that he's never really wanted to do. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, your daddy's little girl. So she's bringing it through that you need to somehow figure out how to get him to see a doctor. This is not something to play around with.
Okay, yeah.
Is what she's telling me.
Okay.
Okay. And what was your second question?
I guess I was wondering if you're getting any like messages or if you have any insight, I guess, towards a court case that I have going on right now.
Okay. It's going to be a bumpy road, but do not get discouraged. It's not going to get settled this first go around. Okay? You're going to have to go back. And it's like you are missing a piece of the puzzle or a piece of paper that's needed to seal this down, right? So maybe go back over with the lawyer or whoever, go back over all the paperwork and see what you're missing. There's one thing you're missing.
Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Okay? And they're making me feel like it's almost going to be, and it's nothing that you purposely are missing. It's going to be like it's a financial piece of paper that's missing that would seal everything for you. Does that make sense?
Maybe not financial, but I feel like maybe some type of like evidence towards the case.
Yes. So they're bringing it to me like they're showing it to me in numbers. So that's why I say financial. But go back over it because there is a piece of the puzzle missing. And once you've got that all put together, once you get that put all together, they're kind of showing me the scale is on your side.
Oh, like the legal scale, right?
Okay.
Oh, I said like a legal scale, right? I forget what they call it.
Yes. Yeah. All right.
I really hope so.
Yes, it will.
Yeah, definitely. I really hope everything goes well.
All right. You have
Is there anyone else coming through with any messages for me?
No. All right. So
okay.
Thank you for calling, and I'm going to go on to my next caller. Is it Tyler?
Nope, Taylor.
Taylor? Oh, sorry. I was kind of talking, and it went across my screen, and I didn't quite get it.
Okay. That's okay.
So your card is the voice of truth. Okay. So with this card, they want you to stand strong and focus on your purpose. So they're making me feel like, does a squirrel mean anything to you?
A squirrel?
Yeah. They're making me feel like you're all over the place. So
No.
they want you to kind of hone in and sort of really think about what it is you want and where you want to go so that they can bring it to you and you can create and manifest what you want. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yep.
Okay. So it's kind of like they're making me like kid in a candy store, squirrel, like, oh, yes, I want that. Oh, yes, I want that. Oh, I want to go here. Oh, I want to go there. They'll bring you it all, but they need you to get focused in on one thing so that they can start building off of that to bring you everything that you need.
Okay.
Okay? So what's your question for me tonight?
So I've been having a lot of issues with my finances lately, and I'm on the verge of losing my car, and I'm wondering if I'm going to or not.
Oh, girl. You know what? It's in your best interest that you do. I know that's not what you want to hear, but they're making me feel like that I don't know how to say it. That piece needs to go to bring you into the next stage of where you're heading, if that makes sense.
Okay.
That payment that you're making is too high of a payment for you right now to be able to move forward. And they're making me feel like, are you in school or are you thinking of going back to school? Because they're showing me books.
I was thinking about going back to school, but I probably won't be.
No, you will be. And I think that's where it's coming in with, once that payment is gone, you can afford to move forward and go back to school. It's going to open those doors for you. And it's very important that you do go back to school because it's part of what's going to help you get everything that you're wanting, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Because they're just showing me that right now you're really financially binded by a lot of payments. Not, I don't want to say that it's your fault. I mean, it's 50-50, but there's a lot of things, a lot of ways that you can manage. And by getting rid of the one payment, you're going to be able to manage and get ahead on all the rest, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Like, you're going to need the set of wheels. I understand that. But you can downgrade. Like, you can get into one that's the payment isn't as high or even no payment.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. And really, I'm also getting the feeling that this car is going to start causing you mechanical issues, which is going to really drain your pocketbook. Because I'm getting the feeling that there's going to be electronical issues.
That car has already started giving me mechanical issues.
Yeah, like they're making me feel like you're going to shut your door and you're going to be walking into the store, and all of a sudden your car is going to be going, your oil pressure is low, your door is ajar, and it's just going to keep going through these cycles, which is eventually is going to leave you on the side of the road.
Yeah.
So it's in your best interest to not lose it, but maybe get rid of it.
Okay, because I missed a payment for my insurance, and I don't know if they're going to cancel on me or not. That's what I'm worried about. So,
they're gonna give you an opportunity to get caught up on it.
Okay.
But just in general, that car is not good for you.
No,
that
I know that.
That car's going to cost you. Okay.
Yeah.
So you have to look at a way of coming out on top and not having that payment.
Okay.
So I don't know if, and I mean, once you get rid of that payment, like I said, it's going to open the door, and you should be looking at going back to school. So start looking at what the student loans are like. Start looking at what grants and bursaries are out there that you could possibly okay, this is a personal question, but all of a sudden I've seen a chief coming. Is there Native in your bloodline?
Not in my bloodline, no.
Maybe check that again.
Okay.
Check okay, just to make sure, because usually when I'm talking to somebody and that comes through, there is some kind of Native bloodline in there. So whether you are, like, you wouldn't be full-blooded Native, but you could possibly be Métis. So check into that. And you're going to have to go back. They're giving me 8, 9. So you're going to have to be looking back past the 8th or the 9th generation. Okay? So we've got 90 seconds left. Do you have another question that I can quickly get to?
I have, is there any messages coming through for me from any loved ones that have crossed over?
Okay, your grandma's on the other side, and she is with you at all times. She is hearing what you're saying. Mm-hmm. She's working on making everything go in the direction you want it to go, but she's the one who's prominently saying, girl, you've got to decide what it is you want, because we can't be just all over the place. You have to give her one thing so that she can start moving things around so that you get it, so you can move forward on to the next thing. Okay?
Okay. And all right, one other quick question. If I have a minute, it's really quick.
30 seconds.
I'm really worried about my grandmother who's living right now. Is anything bad going to happen to her this year or soon?
Not this year. She's good this year. And next year is going to be a tough year for her. So you guys need to really start giving her a hand and helping her out.
Okay.
Okay? Because she's starting to find it difficult. She's going to be, like, I don't see any major health issues this year, but I see starting of next year, like this winter coming, 2020 winter coming, and into 2021 is going to be hard on her.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Persian Medium I Am Power with Fia Johan. Fia Johan. Live from PersianMedium.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Persian Medium I Am Power
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
There is somebody's mom here. She directed to you right now.
Fia is actually channeling my mother.
I have her right now with me.
She passed away 3 years ago.
She says, forgive me.
Hearing from my mom was amazing.
What she told you before, 3 days before she passed.
That she loves me and that she'll see me soon.
She's directing me another woman in the room. Please.
My grandmother was my mentor growing up.
There's two women that directed by her right now. You and her. She's talking about the man that she was concerned, and she's still concerned, and she asked for forgiveness for that man as well.
The man that she brought forward to forgive, that's my brother.
She's telling you to stop being weak. Bring more confidence into your life.
You know, we're all at different points in our lives. We've all been through different experiences, traumas, excitements, joy.
She's proud of you. You're quick on something. You stopped something that was very hard for you to do.
You wouldn't think that 10 years ago that I was addicted to drugs.
She says, I'm proud of you. Continue.
I never stopped asking the universe to show me the way.
She's talking about your pain. Let it go.
I don't have to have that story anymore. I don't have to hold on to the story of my pain, of my past, of my trauma. Today, I can let it go.
Let it go! She said, can you forgive me?
Yes.
Say goodbye to all things that could stop you to succeed, to feel good, to connect with your soul. Say yes high.
Yes.
Loud.
Yes.
Louder.
Yes.
She's asking you, can you forgive that person? She's directing someone else. She's directing a man. She's directing someone. Can you forgive that person? Can you forgive that person for her? Loud.
Yes, I forgive him.
Why you do forgive him? She want to know.
I forgive him for myself.
That you are worthy enough to do everything for yourself. Not for anybody else, for yourself.
I know that takes a lot from her, but she gives. And she gives and she gives.
She's asking you to be strong, to be powerful, to be connected to your soul. You don't need anyone's affection and approval to be perfect. You are already perfect. Believe in yourself.
Yes.
Just say, yes, I do believe in myself.
Yes, I do believe in myself.
Louder.
Yes, I do believe in myself.
Louder.
Yes, I do believe in myself. And I believed in her. We're all from Brooklyn, New York, so there was a very Jewish Italian community there where people's homes were open and they would intermingle and share their faiths, share their food.
She's talking about backyard. She's talking about the trees. She's talking about dishes. She's talking about the chicken. She's talking about the chair. She's talking about everything. Please direct her what she's trying to say.
Nana's house.
Yes, my mom's house. We all lived together. I mean, they lived there with my mom and my dad. They were always together. We were always together. Always cooking. She actually made a better chicken parmesan than my mother.
Yeah, hers is special.
Hers was
but don't tell her that.
Yeah, don't tell my mom that.
Don't tell Nana.
There is a power in sadness. There is a power in pain. And the power comes when you overcome it.
Talking to her really, really helped me, I think. It's definitely gonna kind of just clear my mind of all the negative thoughts that I had.
My father, Congressman Ron Dellums, who passed away a year and a half ago, visited Fia.
Today was a day to remember Ron Dellums, who in 1970 brought to Congress an anti-war and anti-apartheid stance that was branded as radical and dangerous.
Oh my God. He's asking, do you remember my hand?
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember what I told you?
Yeah.
Do you remember why I told you?
Yeah.
Dellums' youngest daughter, Piper, is proud that her father became an early voice against oppression in South Africa, applying pressure that would one day bring an end to apartheid.
You said, take my legacy, take my mantle. You're the smartest person I know. Go into the world and heal the land and do it in your way.
You know, Ron never gave up. He never became bitter. He loved people.
This is not my hand, this is your dad. He wanted you to tell again, louder, louder, and clear what he told you.
I'm passing you my mantle, I'm passing you my anointing, I'm passing it to you. You're the smartest one that I know. Run. There's so much work to be done. Run, run, run and heal the world, and don't stop. Do it in your way. Run, baby girl. Do it in your way.
So she's spoken to me like a sister, but also like an angel.
He said, I saw you when you cried in front of that candle. Why did you cry?
She's given me the faith and trust and support that was being given me by my dad before he left. So she's done this beautiful transition of allowing me not to feel the void of his leaving.
I don't know where to go when I'm not speaking with you, or I just don't know how to feel safe in the world without you in it.
In the area where I don't have a female in my life, because I don't have a relationship with my mother and I don't have a sister, she has stepped in with the feminine to remind me that I am also loved and purposeful and beautiful and worthy, that I'm valuable.
It's not just me that tried to basically sending her messages and changing her. So she changed me in so many ways as well.
So our silly song goes this way. We are the key to do more than just let it be. The key to our destiny is in the hands of our humanity. His love is more than a philosophy, 'cause we are the key.
We are the key.
We are the
but
key.
Diamond's key.
Welcome back to the Global Entrepreneurship Initiative. I'm excited to introduce our next speaker, Ms. Fia Johansson, who's better known as the Persian medium and subconscious mind surgeon. She's a multi-talented motivational speaker, clinical hypnotherapist, and celebrity psychic medium. An author who works closely with law enforcement to help locate missing people and solve difficult criminal cases with detectives and as well as private investigators. Throughout her career, she's helped thousands of people identify personal roadblocks to help them truly believe in their own path to success, whatever that dream may be. Her greatest passion in life is helping others achieve their ultimate dreams and desires, teaching people to believe that truly anything is possible. Please help me welcome to the stage, Ms. Fia Johansson.
Well, hello everyone. I love the spirit in this room. Really, I do. You guys having amazing spirits, which actually helping millions of people so far. As Nick said, my name is Fia Johansson. I'm a medium and subconscious mind surgeon. I will share a couple of my stories of my life, which both kind of funny, at the same time a little bit hurtful, but good to know about how the medium could feel, sense as a person. I was at the age of 7.5 when I found that I have some sort of power. Of course, first it was kind of odd, a little bit difficult to understand myself, and I kind of like felt something is not correct with me because I could see, feel, and sense things before things happened. I went to my mom and asked, "What's wrong with me?" "Nothing, you're good." "Should I take you to the doctor?" "No, I don't know, but I can feel and sense that something crazy is going to happen to my grandma," example. "Something is going to happen to my uncle," and all this stuff. However, they're trying to tell me to don't say anybody when you feel and sense something bad is going to happen to them, because I don't wanted them to be scared and see that you should not be even near them. I says, okay, at the age of 7.5, I should just like not saying anything and just relax. At the age of 11, I found one of the most hurtful untruths about my life, which was completely true. I found out that my grandma, who actually I knew and I felt as a mom, is just my grandma and not my mom. My grandpa was my grandpa and not my father. My uncles, they never been my brothers and they've been just my uncles. And my mom, not ever been my sister, and she always been my mother. But this truth been always held and hidden by my family until my grandma passed away. Before that, I had a life as a princess, spoiled completely, and they would definitely give me anything and everything what I want. After she passed, I figured I don't have anyone anymore. My mom is too young. I don't have no feelings as a daughter and mother connections. I feel completely lost, and I found myself, what should I do now? I do have some gift that could help me so far, but should I just like push myself down and see that, oh, this is a trauma, I have to just like be depressed, now I lost this and that, and I found the truth about my life? And I found about my father. Who is my father? Somebody. Where is he? Another country. Okay. I tell myself, get up, stop it right now. It doesn't matter which family you had. It doesn't matter what they told you. It doesn't matter what happened. What it matters right now is to open the new chapter in your life. And I will completely left alone by myself without anybody to taking care of myself. At the age of 14, I asked my uncle, who left Iran to Stockholm, Sweden, if there's possibility to take me there. He said, maybe or maybe not, but I will do my best. 3 months later, I felt and I sensed I will be there. I'm not belonging in this country anymore, and I don't want to. I went to Sweden, Stockholm, and waited that my uncle is going to come and pick me up. Nobody showed up. Gosh, again, I'm here. My uncle is not here, and I don't even know that language. I couldn't speak English. Nothing. Okay. Then, Miss Fia, you are here with nobody again. So what happened? I tell myself, you are deaf and you are blind. Deaf and blind. What a deaf and blind person can do? I can't talk to anybody, I can't see anything, but I have to activate some other power inside of my body again at the age of 14. So I tried to communicate with people, try to talk or communicate with some officers there and ask about, like, where am I? I know that I'm in Stockholm, but I don't even know where to go. So basically, I found some hotel and stay there and just like think about like what happened with my uncle. So I found out that he had a car crash almost a couple hours before that he went to come and pick me up. So they take 1 month for me and for him to recover, to come out after coma and come and find me. So in 1 month, I was left over in a country with the minus 30 degrees. I mean it, minus 30 degrees, and I'm not joking. I could feel that I can't breathe sometimes, but I could have a lot of, ice in my nose and my ears and everything. Whatever I felt, you know what? Fia, you do have a power. Trust yourself, believe in yourself, build the new chapter. Again, this is your second chapter in another country. So I prayed, I connect to my divine, I sense, and all of a sudden, 3 families, without even knowing who they are, what they are up to, they reach out to me out of nowhere. How? I went out to the Starbucks, but basically there is no Starbucks. It was something, looked like or similar to Starbucks, and saw some lady that's sitting there and crying. I went and said, well, I can't speak. What should I say? Okay, the only things that I can do is a love language. Maybe I should hug her. Maybe I should just say, I'm here. And it was a Swedish girl, of course, blondie, and I'm kind of like a black hair. Well, that maybe she's going to get scared a little bit. But I was like, don't worry about it. Just go and get it done. So I did that. And she hugged me so hard. Was like, what's going on? What's happened to you? She's starting to talk. I couldn't understand. Barely nothing. Swedish language? Come on, guys. You guys don't want to even learn. It's very difficult and very hard. I said, okay, let's just continue and continue. I felt and see that she lost the baby, or actually the baby was missed in the past of almost 4 years. And she basically went to the family and asked questions about where can I go? How can I find? Because it was in another state, and they come back to the Stockholm, and then she all of a sudden just break down. I said, I can help you. I feel where the baby is, or somehow I can see the baby. They didn't understand what I'm saying. I was like, oh my gosh, what should I say? It's like translating. I do remember that day. So basically after almost 2 hours, some Persian family, who they could actually speak my language, finally Persian, so they could understand exactly what I'm talking, because they've been closest friend to that Swedish family. My career started at the age of 14 in Stockholm. Just 2 months after, I landed in this minus 30 degrees of country. So my point is, whatever I had in my life, I always been thankful and grateful. I never said why I don't. I never said why me. I never said how. I always say, come on, get up, find a way, go, that's it. So never give up. And I always learn myself, don't be logic, be biologic. Because that's the only way you can feel and sense yourself and others. Always send love and receive love. Never give up about your goals. And of course, the first month, because I did not have enough money, I left with almost 120 crackers and waters. And it's possible. As a human, we can live with 120 crackers and water every day, which I did because I did not have money, no place to go, countries with no language. Then after that, I feel like I have to build my company. I built my company almost 3 years later. It was about $4.5 million company with almost 55 Swedish employees. And what I did that, not just helping police officers and private investigators and all this stuff. I did this because I felt that Swedish people rejected me one after each other. Why? Because I'm come from another country. I said, you know what? I make a decision now. I am going to build my own company, and you are going to pick me to hire you. This is me now, Fia Johansson. So now I'm not going to be a blondie lady, but I'm going to be the black hair lady with a lot of power of veal. So my veal power make my company became super successful back in Stockholm. Almost 8 years ago, I felt that I have to move to America. I find my love of my life. And when I come here, I felt, okay, you left your country, the way that you love, basically after so many years, and now you want to just start from scratch. So I knew about 5 languages already, but my English was not good at all. So I couldn't barely speak English. I was like, okay, start it again, Miss Fia. Now this time, maybe English is much easier than and faster than Swedish. So that was all I had. And now I have over $5.5 million, almost $6 million company, and actually have over 250 employees worldwide that are working for me in America. So everything is possible, even you don't know about the language. So remember that, deaf and blind always will help you and send love and passion to yourself and anything and everything you want. Everything is possible.
Our next guest is a celebrity medium, a clinical hypnotherapist, a holistic healer, and holds a master's in psychology. Fia Johansson is known as the Persian medium, and she's even worked with intelligence agencies and law enforcement to find answers in cases. She also wants all of us to discover our best selves. Fia, good morning.
Good morning, Heather.
Thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thanks for having me.
I just want to start with, when did you realize that you had this ability?
I was 7.
7?
It was a very hot summer. A friend of mine came to my house and he played, we had fun. 3 hours later, they wanted to go home. I said, don't go. They said, why? I said, because I see that your guy is going to have a car crash.
Ooh.
Of course, they didn't listen to me. They had to go. 40 minutes later, our phone rang and confirmed that they had a car crash.
Oh my goodness, were they okay?
They've been completely okay, but what I saw in my vision at that age, it was scary. It was colors, visions of car crash, and my friend's face, who basically had some blood in. I was very scared. It took actually 4 years for me to discover why I see things before they happen. Why did people connect it to me? Why I am connected to unknown? And what's wrong with me? There's, crime lawyers, they put them together, and this was like, wow, you got it, bingo, you got a piece of
very
evidence.
helpful for people who may not have any other answers in these situations. When you walk by strangers on the street, do you ever get a sense for anything?
Of course, because as you know, we are all based on energies. And I pick up energies very fast. I feel and sense them very strongly. And when you are an empath, you can sense people almost, 100 miles away. But I try to not, because it's crazy. My life, maybe outside is look normal. I maybe look normal, but inside it's not normal.
Is it difficult to have to constantly be hearing and sensing things?
It is difficult. I can't be in any funerals because of the dead people. I communicate with them directly. I can't actually be around and surround people who basically doing something wrong. Example like high-profile people, celebrities, and other stuff, because then I can see and locate them, what they're up to, what is going on. So basically, it's hard for me. I close myself to not see things.
Do you call people out? I know you have celebrity clients. You say,
of course.
I know what you're up to when you're not here.
You know what I did? Actually, Impossible Hollywood, I changed it to I'm Possible Hollywood. I worked through my hypnose to helping a lot of models, actor, actress to achieve their dreams and desires. And of course, I did.
Wow. I know you have a book out. It's called Recoding Your Brain for a Better Life, and you're working on a second book.
Yes, and the third book. The second book, actually, I am working on upcoming book with one very huge and very strong, intelligent agent who wants to talk to me, or basically, stand by on any cases that we solved together, and we are going to say when, where, how.
Wow. Okay. So we'll be looking forward to that one. Fantastic.
That would be fantastic.
Where can folks get in contact with you? Maybe they would like to work with you on something.
Well, to see me face to face, they need to have some 1-year waiting list. So it's
1-year waiting list. My goodness.
Yeah, but if they do have some cases, missing people or crime cases that they would love to involve me, they can connect to my agent, and through that, I will connect with them. But easy to talk to me, because people ask me a million questions about. Guess what? What is my lottery number?
Lottery numbers.
Example.
Yes.
When I'm going to get married. Is he cheating or not cheating? Or stock markets or investment. So basically, avidadvice.com, A-V-I-D advice.com is the best place to communicate.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I have over 27,000 people or clients worldwide. And I'm very blessed and happy and thankful for that.
All right, Fia Johansson, the Persian medium. Thank you so much for your time this morning. We do appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
Right, Stella, I'm intrigued. We'll send it back to you.
That's pretty incredible. Thank you so much, ladies.
Welcome back to the Global Entrepreneurship Initiative. I'm excited to introduce our next speaker, Ms. Fia Johansson, who's better known as the Persian medium and subconscious mind surgeon. She's a multi-talented motivational speaker, clinical hypnotherapist, and celebrity psychic medium. An author who works closely with law enforcement to help locate missing people and solve difficult criminal cases with detectives and as well as private investigators. Throughout her career, she's helped thousands of people identify personal roadblocks to help them truly believe in their own path to success, whatever that dream may be. Her greatest passion in life is helping others achieve their ultimate dreams and desires, teaching people to believe that truly anything is possible. Please help me welcome to the stage Ms. Fia Johansson.
Welcome back. Did you know that police departments across the country and even the CIA sometimes turn to psychics to help them solve cases? Victims' families looking for answers also turn to mediums for closure. Fiona Johansson is an author as well as a licensed psychologist and hypnotist.
Welcome back. Our next guest is a celebrity medium, a clinical hypnotherapist, a holistic healer, and holds a master's in psychology. Fia Johansson is known as the Persian medium, and she's even worked with intelligence agencies and law enforcement to find answers in cases. She also wants all of us to discover our best selves. Fia, good morning.
Hey everybody, welcome back. I'm Jack Canfield, your host for Hollywood Live. My next guest, Fia Johansson, is an amazing person. She is speaks 5 languages, which I find very impressive. She's emigrated to several countries, has a psychology degree from the University of Stockholm in Sweden. She is a hypnotherapist, clinical hypnotherapist and healer, and God knows probably other things I don't even know about.
Hi, welcome back to Times Square today. I am your host, Greg Roulette, and I am very excited for our next guest because she is known as the Persian medium, the subconscious mind surgeon. She's a motivational speaker, clinical hypnotherapist, and celebrity psychic medium. This is going to be a fascinating conversation with my good friend, Fia Johansson.
For centuries, it's believed that mediums have been able to mediate communication between spirits of the dead and living human beings. People usually recruit mediums to help them get in contact with family members or friends who have passed on. But celebrity psychic Fiona Johansson is also using her abilities to help law enforcement solve cold cases and help exonerate and free innocent inmates. And Fiona is joining us now. Fiona, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. How are you doing today?
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
And now Australia's Psychic Cowgirl with Tanya Reid. Live from AustraliaPsychicCowgirl.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Australia's Psychic Cowgirl
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
G'day, Tanya Reid is Australia's Psychic Cowgirl coming at you from Sunday Creek today. We've had a heap of rain here and it has been absolutely amazing. it's definitely what Australia needs, and we're starting to get like massive amounts of rain. So it's really cool. Our dams are filling up, our tanks are filling up, and we are, absolutely excited to go out, and it's like there's water everywhere. So feeling very grateful today. And I think many here, especially around the area where I am, we're really dry. We depend on dams and water feed for stock and, just generally for ourselves instead of having to buy water in. The only option when you are on tank water here is to buy it in. So we bought some, I think, last week. So, and we've bought a few loads in already this summer, which isn't uncommon in the dry season, but it's been really dry. But we had about 55 mils last night, so we're so excited. So, I'm celebrating that. So anyway, energetically, it's been a really amazing time at the moment for people to be really, oh my God, just ready to be totally frustrated, because we've had Mercury in retrograde, but we've also just had a real standstill where people that are usually able to manifest things have been really stumbling along. And I've had that feedback from many people. And even I found myself that I've been holding back on things because it's just like timing's not right, or things aren't working out as you expect them to be. But it's almost like like I said last week, we're being pulled up for a reason. So I've just been embracing the being pulled up and going, what is it I need to tick off my list to do, and let's focus on doing that rather than worrying about what is coming up. So I do feel that's a real message for everyone. Again, this week, similar to last week, just focusing on what needs to be done, get stuff done in this moment where you're being held back, and maybe not jumping into what it is you want to be jumping into, and just accept the fact that, sometimes we are just seriously pulled back for a reason, or we're feeling a bit stuck for a reason. Don't lose the faith. I shared this with my group that I've got attached to my Facebook page, and I said, look, we just got to keep the faith, Sometimes that message is given to us over and over, but it's always given to us for a reason. So all it is meant to be will be, but sometimes it's all about patience and having trust in the fact that it will all work out for your highest good. And I honestly believe that. And sometimes, as hard as life can be, if we keep that in the back of our mind, and it might be just once a day saying, you know what, I've got this, and just say that to yourself in the mirror, I've got this. And you'll find that things, they do turn around anyway. Nothing stays the same. So things are always brought about with change. But sometimes the more that we panic about it, or the more that we stress about what's going to happen, and am I going to be okay? Will I be able to, do what I want to do? All of these worries, stresses, and things that are on our mind tend to then repel the end result we want, and make it sit there for longer. So I do feel that with the energy around at the moment, we need to be accepting of it and allow that, okay, if we're held up for whatever way, shape or form, or whatever is meant to be will be. And if I'm held up, I'm not going to get into my head and worry about it. It's almost like we need to shift our attention. So rather than focusing on what's not happening that we want to happen, let's focus on something we can control. Because as we know, there's no point worrying about what we can't control, and we may as well focus that attention on what we can control. So shift your attention. Quite often when you shift your focus, then things come into alignment even quicker. So I feel like that's a really strong message at the moment. So if things aren't panning out for you, you're struggling, or you're not feeling like you're getting the messages through that are giving you the signs, just let it go, move on to something else, and it will come back into alignment. So I just feel that. And I know a lot of people are sharing at the moment, energetically, we're into March, there's a big shift that's coming. And I can't remember who I was listening to yesterday. I think I shared it on my group. But, yeah, it's like things are going to change around. So had this bit of a hold up, and I feel like I want to go back to the last 6 weeks, because I feel like I'm repeating myself. And even with readings and things, I feel like I'm a broken record going, it's coming. But I really do feel we're into March now, and that shift where things will propel us to where we need to be quicker. Even from this weekend onwards, I feel like you'll start to get some confirmation. So don't be put off and don't be disheartened by what's been happening, because, again, we always know that change is inevitable and nothing ever stays the same. So if you're stuck and feel out of sorts, it's not long-lived. So please remember that. Okay, I'm going to go on to my first caller. I have got Amber in Ingraham, Illinois. Amber, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. What would you like me to focus on today for your reading?
What?
What would you like me to focus on? Did you have something specific you wanted to ask me in regards to your reading today? Because I felt like there is.
Well, me and my husband have been trying to conceive for quite a few years, and we are having tons and tons of trouble, and my health is going down the drain.
Okay, so times like these put a lot of stress and pressure on yourself. Let me just have a look at, okay, so is it you that's from the big family? Because somebody here in spirit showing me there's a big family history, so it's like someone's from a line of many children, and they want me to remind you of that. Now, is that your family, can I ask?
That is actually my husband's family.
Okay, because I'm like, they're showing me, hang on a minute, there's a history of a lot of children in the family, so don't be disheartened. So, okay, straight away, I get that. All right, it's a little bit like, and I had a caller similar to this last week, it's a little bit like a watch kettle, when we're anticipating things, we tend to want it so much that we tend to then energetically push it away from us. Now, because I'm going to connect in with Spirit who's coming through. I've got a lady who's very nurturing and very motherly, who's the one that's stepping in, and I feel like I want to go to your husband's family because she was the one that showed me there's a lot of kids in the family. So I feel like I'm connecting, and I even want to go to the reference to June, whether that's a name or reference to the month. There's something that she's showing me in evidence to prove, like who she is. And it's like she's the reassuring motherly type. So she's quite family orientated. And there's something, is there horses around, or where do the horses fit in for you?
The what?
Horses. I get the vision of horses, and I'm just looking at it whether it's symbolic or you have horses around.
We don't have any.
Okay, all right. So there's something like symbolically the horse means to freedom. It means to opening the gate and letting things go. So can I ask, because I feel like what she's showing me, there's nothing, you haven't had any proof or evidence as to why you haven't conceived. So I don't feel that medically there's a problem. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah, because you're showing me there's not a big deal. It's almost like the anticipation is what's holding back from you. It's almost like I want to say we need to mix things up to embrace this happening. So it's like if you've been, sometimes we plan things to the nth degree so we don't allow things to happen naturally. It's like this child that's coming in needs to be, when I say it's funny, because what she's showing me is like a little bit of a surprise, but it's a little bit like you're shifting your focus is going to bring the child in. And I do see there are children, so it's not a case of, am I going to have them? There's definitely children coming in for you, but it's this when. So I'm like going 2020 is a really big year for manifesting, and I feel like with our first one, you're getting the news this year. Okay, let me see what she's showing me. I'm just wondering whether June, there's a reference to June with that because she came through with that earlier, and it's like that's relevant to something. Okay, let me see. where am I going with this? Okay. There's something, have you been having tests to work out what you're lacking in? Because I feel like I want to go to, I don't have a lot of energy, and there's something that you're a bit lacking in right at this point in time.
No, I actually haven't had any.
Okay, because I feel like I want to go to, and again, not that it's necessarily linked to fertility, but there's something around I feel like I'm lacking in. So like almost like I could do with a blood test and check, but I feel like I wanted to go to vitamin Bs, and I really don't know where they're connected to fertility at all. But it's almost like you're lacking in something that I feel if you were to balance that out will help with conception. And I do want to say to you, so have you been following, because she's showing me you've been following all the strict rules around falling pregnant. So I don't know whether that means you're working out ovulation dates, and I feel like I've got all these strict things in place, and she's showing me to let that go and just allow this to happen. So I'm not sure. So we're trying to make this happen, and the fact that it hasn't, that you're putting things in place, but it's like she's showing me to go, throw it out the window and enjoy this, because the child is coming, but I want to take the pressure off the two of you.
Okay.
Okay, because like so I don't know, does that relate? Are you putting things in place to, as far as falling pregnant and putting restrictions on things or planning things?
Honestly, that's a lot of what our mindset has been on, just because my husband has been wanting a baby girl so bad. That's like all he thinks about, all he ever talks about. So it kind of just stresses on me, because I feel like I'm not going to be able to give him one.
Okay. So it's like we need to let that go. And I almost want you to say to him, look, it will happen. Stop overthinking it. Stop. It's like, again, going back to the analogy of watch kettle, the more pressure that's on, the less likely it's to happen. So it's like you need to almost just say to him, look, she will be coming in, but we need to just, take a deep breath and just enjoy. And I feel a little bit, and it's funny, I said this to the lady last week, you need to go on a holiday and get out of the normal routine to help with, to kick things along. Like get out of that. I'm not thinking about that. I'm on holiday, I'm relaxing. Quite often people that have struggled to conceive, it's when they've gone off doing something different, or they're taken out of that mindset of worrying about it, that happens. And I feel like that's the case for the two of you. And it's like, don't worry, it will happen. So it's like, even for you to say to him, just, what, shut up. I know it's going to happen. Stop talking about it.
Right. Yes.
Right? It's like, just say, yes, we know that's going to happen. Next, talk about something else. Because it's like acknowledging the fact that it's going to happen. And I feel like intuitively you do. You're quite spiritual and you're quite in tune. And it's just more the frustration. But I feel like it's more like you're saying, it's around him, and I feel like his desire for it is because he actually deep down knows it's going to happen, and he's just not allowing the process of it to happen. But it definitely will happen. There's something around you also with, it's important to not have a lot of stress on you. So with what you're doing for work, or what I see around you, is let go of any stress, anything that brings extra stress. We want to get rid of that.
Okay.
Okay, so anything that stresses you out. I feel like, are you working at the moment? Is there something that you're doing that's a little bit stressful?
No, right now I'm stay-at-home mom.
Okay, because I feel like it's like they're showing me there's something you need to let go of that's can be a bit stressful for you.
Well, what I've been pretty stressed out about is about 2 weeks ago, I got a call that my grandma had passed away, and I didn't get to say goodbye to her, and I was super close to her and never got closure or anything.
Yeah, okay. Can I just what's her first name?
Sandra.
Sandra. Okay, let's see if we can get Sandra through. Was there a bit of a gap, so you hadn't seen her a little bit prior to her passing, or was there something around you having plans to see her and you didn't get to do that?
Actually, I had I took her out. I took her out Friday. I had a doctor's appointment, and she got her hair permed. And then Saturday, I didn't see her, and Sunday was when I got the call that she had passed that night.
Okay, all right. Let me see. I'm just going to connect in with her. Okay, there's something around. Okay, there's something around her connection to you. It was easier for you not to be there, and I often get shown this in spirit that have passed, is it's easier for them to transition when you're not there. Usually when you're around, it's like that's when they don't want to pass over and let go. And I do feel for her, there was something niggling that it's almost like she's showing me now she's passed. There's not that pain, or there's not that. So I feel like there was something around that was restricting her and not making her enjoy life to the full. And I feel like that she was a sort that liked to live life to the full. And I also feel like with her, with what she's showing me, she was very non-judgmental, like a lovely, accepting person.
Oh, yes, definitely.
Yeah. Okay. There's also, she's laughing at that and going, like, don't worry about okay. Because there's been questions. All right, she's just referencing you and her having chats. There's been questions around your future and which direction you're heading in. And I feel like she's showing me that as in last conversations she's had with you and things that you spoke about were where the direction you were heading in. Because I want to say she's showing me something about moving and a clean slate for you. Okay, there's something around. I don't know whether you had that discussion with her, you were tossing up something with yourself and your partner, or we might be doing this, because I feel like she's showing me, it's almost like she's saying to me, tell her there's a fresh slate happening.
Wow.
Okay, so it's really important that she got that through for me to tell you. And there's also a thing of not worrying. So it's like she wants to take your worry away. And I feel like she did that when she was here as well. And there's some reference to going outside with her. So I don't know whether there was a plant or there was something. She's showing me going outside when you want to connect in with her. And there's a reference to butterflies. So I feel like if you were to see a butterfly, that's her signal to say she's okay. And she wants to say, like, don't worry about not being there. And she's like, you already know that, is what she's telling me. You already, there's something around you two having a conversation and both being really well connected. And it's like you didn't need to say goodbye. She always knew you had her back. As she's got your back, is what she's showing me. Just having a bit of a gap there, no response. But I feel like we're connecting with something quite heavy, like quite strong. So I do have to go on to my second caller as I am running out of time. But Amber, please message me, Australia's Psychic Cowgirl, on Facebook. I'm more than happy to answer any questions. But your grandmother is there, and it's like the special connection you had in life, you still will have that in spirit. So know that. She's definitely there for you. So I'm going to go on to Jane now, my second caller in England, UK. Jane, hi there.
Hello there.
How you going?
How are you? I'm
good, good. I haven't connected with somebody in England for ages, so I'm very excited. Jane, what would you like me to cover? Because we are limited on time, but I want to make sure I can get everything I need for you.
I don't know really. Anything you
okay.
kind of
all right.
feel.
I want to say to you a really strong message that came to me before getting onto this show, and I knew it wasn't for my first caller, so I'm like, it has to be for my second. Be open to success. There's something around you stepping up, and there's success around you, and it's like, please open your arms to this. So it's a little bit like when I get shown that, it's like eat the fear up and move through that, because it's like you're going to be stepping into something quite big this year, and I want to say there's a lot of success around it. So Spirit is showing me tell her to be ready. Tell her to be open. So in this message, it's like, I want you to say yes to things. So are you collaborating now with stepping up with others?
No, nothing's happening around me at all at the moment.
Okay. Right. Well, what is it that you're changing up? So I feel like I want to go to what you do, or there's something you've got in your head you're wanting to step into doing, and I feel like I'm doing something. So this is, I don't necessarily feel it's, I feel it's, you know, as far as career goes, as far as stepping into doing what I've always dreamed about doing.
You're going to laugh. Doing like psychic readings.
Brilliant. So you're doing those now? Yay! Okay.
Well, sort of.
All right, because it's like the only thing holding you back is you. And I know with stepping into readings, it takes a lot of self-belief. It takes a lot of trust in the fact that what you're getting is correct. But it's like they're showing me great success around you. So I have to say, it's like, don't feed into any excuses as to why you're not doing things, because it's almost for you, it's like you need to be doing things. You're hiding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not got much confidence at the moment.
Okay. I can relate to this because we've all started here, you know, and it's like stepping into the spiritual side of things, you know, can be quite contradictory, but it's like you've got many in spirit around you that are ready to step up to the plate. So it's almost like they're standing around going, hey, we want to be made useful here, you know. And I do want to say what they're showing me is you've had great feedback on what you've done already.
I have, yeah.
Yeah. So it's like, it's because it's almost like they're shrugging their shoulders going, what? Why are you not doing this? You know, like it's really only the limitations you're putting on yourself. It's not to do with the fact that you are great at doing what you do. And it's the timing is right now for you. So I feel like I want to go to, you've been pulled back. It's like you've been pulled back in to go commit to this. It's time to really step up and commit. And it's almost like, or what Spirit's showing me is you've been cut back to really make you have to do this.
Okay.
All right? Yeah. So it's like you've been pulled back for a reason, because this is the right time for you to step into it. Well, 2020, this is a really powerful year for many that want to step up and into it. But I do want to say to you, it's time, you know, not to be hiding. And I know as a spiritual person myself, the hardest part is self-promotion. But I feel like for you, I want to say to you to get somebody to step in and do the promotion side. You're great at what you do, but you just need somebody to help you, you know, get this process down pat so people can contact you, connect with you, and book with you. And they're showing me there's a lot of repeat customers already. So I feel like you're building a clientele anyway.
Oh, well, that hasn't happened yet. Obviously,
yeah,
it's going
but it's like the people. What I see is, and it's a really big thing that a lot of people tend to forget about, but word of mouth. So it's like as you're opening up to this and you're doing a reading and people are happy, they're telling other people, and that's what's bringing people to you. So it's like word of mouth. I'm following that guidance, but it's like almost as an angelic. There's an angelic energy around you, and it's like they're stepping in to go, you know, we're here ready to help you. We're just waiting for you to step up. And I do feel like there's something around collaboration with others. So it's almost like if you were to approach others that maybe have centres or places that you can go and read at, you will build up the clientele. But we need to get you out there, because it's almost like they're showing me, you know, you can't sit at home hiding and things are going to take off.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
We need to step outside of our comfort zone. And for me, with you, that's your message this year, is to face the fear And I always say this, like I can say that this for myself is we have to face the fear and overcome that, because that's where the gold is. So for you, it's like, you know, when you do readings, when you are psychically connected, we have that, you know, it's like that empathic side where we want to stay humble and we don't want to, you know, have to put ourselves out there. And quite often this can be connected with, you know, even past lives and things we've been cut down for what we do. It's like we have to overcome that in this lifetime. And I feel like for you, because I want to go to throat, you know, areas of the throat that can show some restriction. So that can be, you know, your throat chakra or thyroid, or, you know, just all those throat things that sometimes come through in a lifetime when we've been restricted prior to. And it's like for you, I want to step up and step out of it. There's also what they're showing me is you've changed things up this year, or have you lost weight, or you've revamped something around how you look? Because I feel like there's something new that you've been doing.
I do want to lose weight, but it's been a bit hard.
Yeah, well, I see
that's
it
my
happening.
intention anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. So just focus on that, because there's something around that as well. So, you know, as we step into our personal power, we lose what holds us back. And any kind of, you know, with the work that I do around Louise Hay, any kind of weight that we carry is protection. And it's also about making us a bit invisible. So as we step into our personal power, the weight drops away and all of a sudden we become seen, and, you know, we don't have that protection. So that will all be part and parcel with this. So to me, I would also look at the commitment to going, you know what, I feel like, and it's almost like, you know, what I'm saying to you already acknowledge anyway, but I need to look after this temple that is going to guide me into doing my readings and being able to be the best version of myself, because that's your journey this year. And it's like there's no excuses not to. It's like last year you let go of a lot of stuff that were holding you back. It's not there anymore.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it's like, come on, ready to go. There's no excuses anymore. So you've let go of what doesn't serve you and everything. It's almost like everyone else has sorted their stuff out. So now it's time for you to focus on you. So every day I want you to focus on that one step ahead of the day before, where you're focusing on yourself, because you're ready to be propelled forward. There is success around this. And I would love to hear how you're stepping up in the next 4 months, because it's going to be amazing.
Wow, okay.
All right. So it's like, no excuses. I want you to please contact me and go, yeah, Tonya, you know, I am pushing forward with this, because you've got it. And it's great. I'm excited for you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'm nearly out of time, but thank you so much for the call. Australia Psychic Cowgirl on Facebook, contact me and keep me posted, Jane. I'd love to hear. That would be so cool. Thank you so much, everyone. I will see you same time, same place next week. Woo!
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot coming to you live from New York, and we are going to spend another hour looking through the magical window of the tarot. I call the tarot the magical window because it allows us to see what's going on in our lives that maybe other people just don't want us to see. It'll take a look around the corner of space-time so you can find out what's happening, that maybe there's somebody who's waiting to do something good for you. Maybe there's somebody who's waiting to do something not so good for you. What is the future going to bring? What can we do about it if we don't like it? What can we do about it if we do like it? That's the next question. A lot of times the cards will show you stuff that you really like, and we have to make sure that that happens because the future isn't written in stone. You know, well, now you're going to get into the wackier kinds of quantum physics. This is something that occultists have been saying for years, is that the future changes every moment, that the future now is not the same as the future 5 minutes from now. There's a whole bunch of people doing quantum stuff that say that every time you make a decision, a whole new universe opens up. So you know, it's the whole Schrodinger's cat thing, that there's a universe where we get together every Wednesday, and then there's a universe where we don't get together every Wednesday, and maybe there's a universe that we get together every Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Could you imagine? Maybe that's why I'm so tired all the time. Maybe I'm in that universe half the time, where I'm doing this reading and doing this show for a year all the time. But hey, there's worse things happen at sea, right? I don't know what that means, but if in some universe that might make sense. Well, what we're going to do is we're going to pull out the tarot cards. If you're not familiar with tarot, it's a deck of cards that go back. Well, our regular playing cards are based on these cards, and they go back hundreds upon hundreds of years that we know of. The oldest known tarot cards go back to about the 14th century or so, but cards are fragile things, so they fall apart, and there must be older cards than that. There's some people who say this stretches back to Alexandria, to the museum at Alexandria. That was, it's almost like everybody who passed through Alexandria looted and burned that place after a while. But in order to get the wisdom out into the world, some sages disguised the wisdom as cards. Now, there's an interesting theory. I don't think that I particularly go into that in my book about tarot called Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, available at Amazon.com. But there is a book called The Ancient Tarot and Its Symbolism, which is not an easy book to find. So if you do happen to find it, you might want to read that. It's a wonderful book about tarot and the history of tarot, and it's in 2 sections. The first section is, as I mentioned, about the history of tarot and theories about how it existed. And the second section is virtually incomprehensible. As the years go by, I get to figure out more and more of it. But it's a doozy. It's a wonderful book. I do recommend it, but don't knock yourself out if you don't understand the second part of that book, because I'm not even sure that the writer understands it. But there are several books like that. The Book of Thoth, which is spelled Thoth. The Book of Thoth by Aleister Crowley. There's a highly regarded tarot book, and there's probably at any given point no more than 5 people who understand 20% of that book. And I'm not claiming to be one of them. But it is one of those books that the more you read over the years, the more you have these moments where you say, oh, I get it now. That's the real esoteric side of tarot cards. We're going to use them in a practical way to look into what's going on in our lives and maybe take a glimpse of the future. Now, the other thing I want to talk about before we get into that is something that's on my mind a lot nowadays, especially now, and that is fear. Because if you've been paying attention to the news, there's a lot of stuff that people are spending a lot of time trying to scare you with. And I'm all about positive energy. And I'm going to tell you right off the bat, I'm not scared. Nothing that goes on in the world that people try to scare me with is going to scare me. It's that simple, because there are a lot of people who make a lot of money out of people being scared. Because if you watch, and everybody knows that during times of frightening things happening, the ratings go up for television news, and they make an awful lot of money off that. And it's just so funny how every once in a while there's something new that comes along that's really scary. I don't buy it. I mean, now, it doesn't mean I ignore it. I just don't buy the fear part of it. Now, I'm going to give you a hint, and I'm going to wear another hat right now. I'm going to take off my esoteric practitioner hat and put on my newspaper publisher hat. And I'm going to tell you a secret, something that most news media doesn't want you to know. If you see a news story and the headline has either one of these two words, could or reportedly, you can safely ignore that story. Could means it's nothing but speculation. And that's not news. You want to hear what is happening and what happened and who, what, where, when, how, all that. Not what might happen. You know, we leave that to people like my other hat, the tarot readers. We can tell you what might happen, but that doesn't make it news. The other is when they say a story has in the headline the word reportedly. That means they read it in some other newspaper and they have no proof. So just keep in mind that when people try to scare you, just keep in mind right off the bat, if you see in that story the words reportedly and could or may, you know, usually it's could, but may and might are variations of that. You can safely take that with a grain of salt and ask yourself, why are they trying to scare me? That's all. That's my main message. Fear is a very healthy thing. Fear is what lets us know that there's danger. But to live in a state of fear, to constantly be in fear, to go from one thing that scares you to the next. Now, here's something that is very important. If you take nothing away from the show tonight, I want you to just look at this. And you can check this out online. You can look it up. You can check all the medical sites you want. Fear shuts down your immune system. Fear shuts the immune system down. When you're scared, you're going to get sick. Now, let me tell you something. I was sick one time, some years back. I had pneumonia. I knew I was having a problem because I could barely breathe, inhale and exhale. I couldn't even make a count of 10. I knew something was wrong with my lungs. Go to the doctor, find out I've got pneumonia. Okay, well, you know, this is the 21st century. We can deal with pneumonia. So I'm there with my wife, and the doctor says to me, I'll never forget these words. The doctor says, there's every reason to believe that you can pull through. And I didn't like that. I looked at the doctor and I got whatever breath I could, and I said to him, don't tell me that. I pointed to my wife and I said, tell her that. Tell me everything's going to be fine. I promise you, if everything isn't fine and I die, I won't hold it against you. But don't tell me something wishy-washy like there's every reason to believe. You know, it's like, what I heard was you're probably, maybe, perhaps could get through this. No. Be positive with me. Be upbeat. It's not going to cost you anything. The doctors are very funny that way, but no. If you get scared, there's a wonderful story in the news today about a particular illness that's in the news a lot, and it's about a guy who had the disease and everything was fine, and then he started worrying, and then he went into big trouble. Now, you see, worry is fear, and fear, like I said, fear is a healthy emotion. Fear tells you that there's danger around. It's like anger. You know, people always say, don't be angry, especially to children. Stop being angry. Who told you to be angry? Don't be angry. Well, anger is a very healthy thing. Anger is the emotion that tells us we have not been treated properly. But to live in a state of anger, that becomes rage, and that's bad for you. Same thing with fear. You need fear. Fear is what's going to keep you alive when you're in a dark alley somewhere. But you don't want to live like that all the time. And there are people who are invested in making sure that you and I live in a state of fear. That way we do what they want. Fear cuts off rational thinking because we get into a fight or flight mode, and fear stops critical thought. Just keep that in mind, because we're coming into a period of time where more than usual, there are people out there who want all of us to be afraid a lot. And I'm telling you now, the worst thing you can do for your health is to be in fear. The second worst thing you can do for your health is to eat a curry that I make. Not many people survive that. But the worst thing you can do is to be in fear all the time. Like that, fear shuts down your immune system. Any germs and viruses in your system, when you are in a state of fear, are going to run riot. So don't be afraid. Don't have fear. Have healthy fear, but don't live in a state of fear. And anytime you're suddenly afraid of something that you never heard of before, and now you hear of it and now you're afraid of it, ask yourself who put that idea in your head. Now, here's what I want to do to help you out here. I'm going to tell you about a book, a very important book, and it's 101 years old, because things don't change. Machines change. Culture can change a little bit, but human beings, we don't change. And this book was called Unmasking Fear, and it was written in 1919. Now, I mention that because I wrote an introduction and a foreword to it. Not in 1919, in a reissue. And if you want to combat the people who make a very good living keeping other people afraid all the time, pick up a copy of Unmasking Fear. Just go to mojoacademy.org and take a look at the book there, mojoacademy.org. This is the thing that, this isn't a commercial, because if it was, I would want to scare you. That's how most commercials, I was in advertising. So I can tell you that that's one of the healthiest, paradoxically, speaking of health and fear, methods of advertising is fear. Fear that you're going to smell bad, fear that you're going to look bad, fear that your friends are going to laugh at you, fear that you don't have the right car. Fear sells. And that's why we have a very high-strung society, because people are subjected to fears all the time. And now, it's a very human thing. I mean, we have an atavistic need to be afraid. This is why a lot of people spend a lot of money going to very scary roller coasters and go to very scary amusement parks of all sorts and scary movies. I mean, we dig it, because as babies, what was that? Boo, big thing, right? And the baby will giggle. The baby will scream and then giggle. It's the release, so fear has its purpose. Fear is a very good thing. But don't allow people, A, to keep you in fear constantly, and B, keep you in fear for their own good, for their aims. And that's it. I just want to tell you the message is positive energy. Anything that you can do in a negative, fearful way, you can do in a positive way that is abundantly growth-inspiring. But fear shuts down your body. Fear shuts down your brain. Fear shuts down your thinking. Fear shuts down, and most important of all, fear shuts down your immune system. Any doctor will tell you that. So keep that in mind, because there's an awful lot of people now, and it's going to be going on for another bunch of months. They're going to be trying to scare the big jabbers out of you in order to get you to do what they want. It's that simple. Why are you scaring me, is the question. Why are you doing that to me? Why are you scaring me? Why are you trying to scare me? I mean, I remember a time when people started building fallout shelters in their backyard. They were terrified, What can I tell you? Like I said, people don't change. And that's why I recommend that book, Unmasking Fear. It's about dealing with the powers that be, whether it's the 21st century or the just in the newborn 20th century in 1919. People still are people. And we're susceptible to this stuff. And there are greedy people who are going to use fear to try to control you. And that's one of the reasons I love tarot cards, because you can come to me with something that you're afraid of, and we'll explore it. We'll explore the hell out of it. We'll explore it until you're laughing about it. We'll explore it to see what you can do about it. We'll take that fear away. Regular listeners of the show know that. You'll hear many people who call me, and they start the call scared. Well, first of all, you're talking in front of a few million people, and that's scary enough. You know, the number one fear in America has always been public speaking. Now, so when people get on the phone and call me here and talk to a stranger on what amounts to, it's radio now, that's an act of courage. And now courage is courage, the core, the heart. It's a brave heart. So you're conquering fear when you do that. Now, the thing is, courage implies fear. It means courage is not the lack of fear. Courage is doing it anyway, despite the fear. And the main thing to do to dissipate fear is to ask yourself, what are you afraid of? Why are you afraid of it? And who made you afraid of it? And what's in it for them? That's all. If you can answer those questions, and it might be, say, what am I afraid of? Well, I just woke up in a neighborhood I never saw before in my life, and I'm in an alley, and there's 10 people there staring at me. Well, I would say that you have pretty good reason to be afraid, and that's when your body deals with it, and your body goes into the fight or flight, and all the blood goes to your legs and your arms so you can run. That blood should be in your brain, but you don't need time to think. You just need to react. There's two parts of the brain, the part that thinks and the part that reacts. And what you need when you're really afraid is to react. But 99% of the time when we're filled with fear, somebody did that to us deliberately. And that's my deck of cards. That's my weapon against fear. And look up the book, Unmasking Fear. I'd like you to take a shot at that. I'd like to just do that, and you'll appreciate it, I'm sure. Even if you go to Amazon and look at, I have mojoacademy.org is where I list the book, but you can purchase it through Amazon.com and take a look at some of the reviews there. There's one nasty review there, and I have no interest in removing it because there are a lot of people who don't want you to hear that information about fighting fear. They just don't want you to know that. They want to keep you docile and afraid. But look at there's other reviews there, and they're good, positive reviews from people who bought the book. So we're going to just keep that in mind. We are here tonight. We are here every Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific, so that we can do something positive with our lives. And I get a lot out of this too, It's not just me inflicting positive energy on you. You guys give positive energy to me. We do this with each other. We explore the tarot together and we see what's going on. I'm talking a little bit more than I usually do because this is a time of grave fear. There are people who are investing a lot of money right now to get more money by scaring the public. And it is a shame. That's all. I just want you to realize. Now, remember what I said about news? That's my journalism hat. If you see the words reportedly or could in a story, it ain't real. Reportedly just means we read it somewhere else, or we heard it on the radio, or we saw it on TV, so we're going to pass it along. But reportedly means we have no facts, we have no basis, we have no nothing. We're just reporting what we heard somebody else report. That's not journalism. That's gossip. Now, let's get to the readings. Let's put all this into practice. That's the theory behind what I do. Now we're going to get into the practice. And the practice is tarot card reading. I am now going to ring a bell, as I usually do. I've got some incense burning. I've got candles going. I'm going to ring a bell 3 times to declare that we are in sacred space so that we can let the spirits of the cards work. I hurried that up a little bit because I've been rather loquacious. Now we're going to pull back the curtain on the magical window, and our first caller is Brandy in Mississippi. Hi, Brandy. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi.
Hi, Brandy. How are you tonight?
I'm fine.
Well, maybe we can do something to make that a little better. What can I look at for you? Brandy, anything in particular you want me to look at in the cards? Have we lost Brandy? Well, let's see. Yeah, maybe there's a technical problem there. Wait to see if we can get Brandy back. In the meantime, I will say if you don't get through tonight, partly because I just gave you a sermon that ate up part of the time. So if you're the caller who doesn't get through, I apologize. Here's what we're going to do. Anybody, we don't have time to get everybody in who wants to have a reading anyway. So why don't you just send me an email at asktarot@earthlink.net. It's that simple. ASKTAROT, asktarot@earthlink.net. And I will be more than happy to pull a few cards for you on the house. Brandy, you back now?
Yes.
Okay, we lost you there for a moment. What can I look at for you tonight, Brandy?
Yeah, I was trying to see what month will I conceive.
Will you what?
Will I get pregnant?
Oh, will you conceive? Okay.
Yes.
Let's take a look. Okay, you know something? Just now, there are several cards in the deck that relate exactly to that. And the moment at first I thought you said, will I succeed? And I was about to say at what, which of course now we know what it is. Now get this. I just cut up the deck, start shuffling them, and the card I got is the Empress. The Empress is the card of fertility. Now that could be taken in a larger sense, that would be a woman who can get things done and make things happen. A lot of tarot decks show them the woman in the card with fruit all around her, but that's symbolic. So I say yes. Now, of course, that it is something you have to work at. Obviously, you don't do that alone, but I do. But that is probably the quickest reading I could give you on this. Is that the Empress card was the first card I got here. Now, let me tell you two other cards here. The Sun, the Sun is about health and happiness and growth, and the Ten of Cups is the card of perfected happiness. So I think you are going to conceive, and I think you're going to be a very happy, loving mom. How's that?
Okay.
I was going to ask if there's anything else you want to look at, but let me tell you, I just got another card, which is the Ten of Coins, and that is a card about a happy family. So I think all signs are pointing to yes, as the 8-ball used to say. Anything else you want to look at, Brandon?
Yeah. Did they know what month was I going to conceive?
That is not something I can go into in a short reading, and I'll tell you why.
Right.
That involves laying out a whole bunch of cards in a way that I'm not all that good at anyway. So, if you wanted to get a longer private reading for me, I probably still wouldn't be able to give you a good answer. That's the best I can tell you. But let me put it to you this way. I think it's going to be soon, and I'll tell you why. Because I had so many cards pointing in that direction. And when they all point in that direction, that's a good sign.
Okay.
Can I ask you a peculiar question? Can I ask you a peculiar question?
Sure.
Are you about to get married, or recently married?
Yeah, I've been married. I'm about to have my 9th-year anniversary in May.
Okay, in May. Okay, good, because I got the card I got here is the Hierophant, and that's a card about marriage. So all of these cards are pointing to children and happy family and fertility and marriage. I'm saying that the answer is yes, and I'm saying that it'll be soon.
Okay.
Keep me posted, okay? Let me know.
Okay, sure.
Because it's looking very good for you. Thanks for calling, Brandy.
Thank you.
And my pleasure, and congratulations in advance. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on the Ask One Radio Network. I gave you my email. That's asktarot@earthlink.net. And now I'll give you my website in case you want to learn more about me and what I can do with you and for you. And maybe you can learn a few things. There's like 60-something pages there. I just added a page about herb magic. Herb magic is one of my favorite fields, no pun intended, the herbs in the field. But I don't have much to say about it. I put a link to a video by the late Scott Cunningham, a man who left us way too soon, way too young. But he was the man when it came to herbal magic. And I'd urge you to go to magic-works.com, magic-works.com, if you want to learn about magical stuff and all kinds of things that you can do yourself. I teach you how to make holy water at that website. Teach you all kinds of things that are, you can do for yourself. But that new page is about herb magic. Check that out. Charmaine in Richmond, Virginia is next. Hi, Charmaine.
Hi.
Hi, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing well, doing well. I always get a lot of good energy out of this show. What can I look at for you, Charmaine?
I wanted to know about my mom. Is she in good health right now?
Okay, about who?
My mom.
Your mom? Okay. Let me shuffle up the cards and see what we get. And make sure. I give them 3 good shuffles so that the cards are randomized. And we'll see. That was 1, 2, 1 more coming right up. And I'm picturing your intention being driven into the cards. And here comes the last one. Now let's see what we get. Is she? Your mother's not doing well right now, is she?
No.
Because I'm getting cards of sadness here. The first card is the 5 of Cups. That's about a partial loss. She may have suffered a loss or a setback or something recently. This next is the 9 of Swords, which is it shows a person in bed crying and being and it's a very sad card. Now, I will tell you this though, the next card is called Temperance, and that is a card that means balance is restored. So that's a positive thing. So I'm looking at past, present, future. There was something that went wrong. Something was a loss. Something that made her sad. She's still feeling sad now, but I see that it's going to work out. I see that balance will be restored.
Okay.
Now that's going to take a little time. Let me see if I can find anything else here. Yeah, that it's going to take a bit more time than you want. But this is a wonderful card here. The 10 of Swords. That's a nasty looking card too, but it's a good card. It looks terrible, but it means the worst is over. It means that life threw its worst at you, and it didn't break you. So what I'm seeing is a person who is going through a very, very rough time and is able to handle it. And balance will be restored. Now, here's the next card is the Strength card. That's a major card, and it's important, and that's a strong person. So I think that it's bad now, and it's a very sad time now. But I do see that balance will be restored, and it'll be happening pretty soon. And then we'll all see that the worst is over, and from there on in, it's upwards and doing much better. In fact, the Ace of Cups is the next card I have, and that's aces are beginnings, and the Ace of Cups is about the beginning of happiness and emotional well-being and all kinds of good stuff. So I'm seeing that this period of sadness and sickness isn't going to last. Okay?
Okay.
Anything else you want to look at?
Do you see her stopping the alcohol drinking and the smoking cigarettes anytime soon?
Well, let's see. That's a good question. That will definitely help. That's for sure. Let's shuffle it again. Let's see what we get. I'm going to look at some more cards, but based on that card of the Temperance. I mean, not temperance. The balance. The card. Yeah, there was temperance. That's exactly that. Temperance is the old term for giving up drinking. That balance will be restored. Here's the answer to your question. I shuffle. Now you heard the cards shuffle again, right? The 10 of Swords is here again. The 10 of Swords means the worst is over. So I'm going to take that as a yes, and that's followed by the 4 of Rods, which is about a happy home. So I'm going to I'm going to say yes, that she'll learn, that she will learn. Unfortunately, judging by these cards, you're going to learn the hard way. And, giving up smoking, that isn't the easiest thing in the world to do. I did it. Like the old joke is, it's not hard to give up smoking. I've done it 100 times. But I gave it up, what are we talking about now? 8, 9, 10 years ago. And even then I was doing it very little. I'm not in my 20s anymore. But give her some support, because that's a tough one. I mean, getting off of tobacco is harder than heroin.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, it is a difficult one. So, but it can be done. I'm here to tell you that it can be done. Now, one more card I have here is the Ace of Cups again. So that's good. That's a good sign. That means that the period of happiness is coming. Okay?
Okay, good.
So keep me posted, and as it progresses, if you want to send me an email, just remind me who you are and what you asked about, because I hear from so many people, and I will be happy to look at a few more cards as the situation progresses. Okay, on the house.
Okay.
All right. So thanks a lot, and I will light after the show. I will light a white candle anointed, to send positive energy to help your mother get over these problems. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you for calling. Bye-bye now. And we're going to shuffle them up. You're listening again to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on the Ask One Radio Network, where we get together, as you hear, to look at what's going on in our lives. And we're getting some really interesting readings for people here. And the readings are right on the money. Sometimes, like when I asked about the balance being restored and all that, these things, so much of what goes wrong in our lives, and I use the word wrong with air quotes around it, is simply that we lost balance, we lost perspective. And it's good when the cards show that returns, because it's once we're unbalanced and once we're a little on ourselves, it's hard to get right back to it, but it isn't impossible, and it can be done. Ashley in Vermont is next. Hi, Ashley. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi.
Hi, Ashley.
How are you?
How are you doing tonight?
I'm good, and how are you?
I'm doing well. I'm doing very well, thanks. What can I look at for you?
I'd just like to, I don't know. I've never done a reading before, so.
Oh, excellent. So I'm your first.
Yes.
Well, why don't we do this? I'll put out some cards, and let's see if anything rings a bell. How's that?
Sounds good.
Okay, let me see now. Okay, I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to put out 4 cards here.
Okay.
And let's see what we have here. Okay, now, are you feeling kind of trapped and stuck where you are right now?
A little, yes.
Okay, because I've got a card about that, but it's surrounded by better cards, so it doesn't look like there's anything bad going on. It's just that I don't see that. It looks like you're not quite getting what you want. Now, that's followed by the 2 of Cups. That's an interesting card, the 2 of Cups, because that's about something new coming romantically. That's about, now, sometimes, if a person is in a relationship, it means that the relationship is going to reach a new level. Or if you're not in a relationship, it means that there's a relationship with somebody that's coming. And I think that's a very interesting thing there, because it's something new is going to come into your life emotionally. Which is interesting because the first card I got, I told you the 8 of Swords is about feeling stuck and restricted. Now, I'm going to explain something to you, because you've got a couple of interesting cards here. You have the King of Swords and the King of Rods. And the kings are powerful. The kings can control what the suit is about. What you've got here are cards relating to mental activity and career and work. And it's telling me that you're good at, you have a very positive way of thinking. You have a very clever mind. You can think your way out of problems. And the king is somebody who you do very well at work. Now, am I on the right track here?
Yes.
Now, I'll tell you why I asked that. Because there's a lot of changes coming in your life, and changes for the better. I mean, you're headed for really interesting times right now. You are going to be so far. The Eight of Swords is the first card I got, which is about a person feeling restricted and tied up. That is not going to last. Okay, the Two of Cups is there that says that there's something coming new in terms of emotion, and in that whole emotional side of life and happiness. The next two cards are major cards, and they indicate huge change, but good change. There's the Death card. Now, that doesn't mean you're going to die. What the Death card means is that you're at a period where one part of your life is coming to an end, and another part of your life is about to begin. Okay, you're entering a whole new phase of your life, and the card after that is the World. Now, the Death card and the World are a powerful combination because you're entering a new phase of your life, and the World is, the Gypsies use that card to mean assured success. Okay. This is why you probably feel a little bit stuck and like nothing's happening, because you are, according to these cards, right at the brink of change. And change for the better. That's, I got the Wheel of Fortune. That's the card that indicates change. See, this is so powerful. That's three major cards. Now, the card after the Wheel of Fortune is the Ten of Cups, which is assured happiness. That is the epitome of perfected happiness. So things are about to pop in your life. Things are about to get moving. You're about to become almost a new you. You got to be prepared for that in a certain way, because when people start changing, it kind of freaks out our friends. And sometimes you lose friends, but you're going to gain others. What I'm seeing here now is don't sweat that feeling of nothing happening in your life, because a whole lot of stuff is about to happen. It may take a course of months. It may come over the course of the next year or so, but it is definitely here. These three major cards, the Death card, the World card, and the Wheel of Fortune, and then followed by the card of perfected happiness. This is, it's almost like that famous moment in West Side Story where the guy is in the alley just doing his work, but he's, putting away Coke bottles. But he gets this feeling that something is coming. That he's just about bursting because he feels that something is coming, and of course it does come. But that doesn't end out. It's not. Look, that doesn't end too well. But what do you expect? It's based on Romeo and Juliet. But your life, I don't see any indication of tragedy there. In fact, I just got the Ace of Cups again. You're a very emotionally oriented person. I've got 3 cup cards here, and that's really good. But the interesting thing is, based on the King of Rods and the King of Swords, is you're a very practical person also. And a logical, rational, practical person, and you can handle business, and that's really an interesting combination. But you're about to enter the life that you've always wanted. I see that without any hesitation. That is definitely what's coming. Okay, so don't let that feeling of being restricted or stuck get you down, because it's not going to last. You've got massive change coming into your life for the better. And I'm willing to bet that these are things that you've been planning on and you've been hoping to have happen, and you've been making happen yourself, because that's the kind of person you are.
Oh, that's awesome.
Anything else you want to look at?
I don't think so. That's awesome.
Okay, because that's a darn good reading.
That is a really good reading.
Remember now remember, the whole point of that Death card is that there's a sunrise on the card. It means that one part of your life is ending and another part is beginning. And the nature of that part is the question at hand. And all the cards after that were the most positive cards in the deck. So you're headed for a point of dreams coming true. Let me put it that way. Anything you've been working on and wanting to have happen, you're making it happen. And more power to you. It's going to be beautiful.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thanks for calling. I love giving readings like that.
That's awesome. I love it. Thank you. Bye-bye.
And we're going to shuffle up the cards again. You see, what a powerful reading. Sometimes when I think we can all relate to that feeling, that moment in West Side Story, where the guy sings that song, Something's Coming. We all feel that there's, we're feeling itchy right now, and it's like a snake about to shed its skin, because we know that something new is coming, and we're going to be revived, and it's the feeling before that can be oppressive. It's the feeling of knowing that change is coming, and where is it? And that's what the cards were showing, is that it's coming for this querent, as we call the people who get a reading. It is right to be right at the brink of getting what you've wanted in all your life, and right at the brink of all these things that you've worked at coming together. And that is a kind of a feeling of limbo, because where is it already? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? And then next thing you know, it's there. I mean, this is going way back. I had an occasion in the very early 1980s it was all coming together for a guy I knew who was in the entertainment business. And I said to him, how does it feel? And he said, it feels great. Oh, it feels great. That was a guy named Jerry Seinfeld. So yeah, it did come together for him. But it was just at the moment when it was starting, not even when the TV show was happening. It was just coming together for him. I said, how does it feel? And he said, this is it, this is what I've been waiting for, and it feels great. And that's the feeling. Now, before that happens, it can feel pretty bad, because you can feel like you're on a leash and you're chained up. But man, one day that leash is gone, and you're off to the races. I'm mixing metaphors here. Nikki in Holiday, Florida is next. Hi, Nikki. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you, Nikki? Yeah.
I'm fine, thank you.
Oh, good. What can I look at for you?
I was wanting a medium reading.
Okay, let's give it a shot. I always preface those by saying that I'm not particularly a specialist in that, and I look for cards like the Death card or the High Priestess to see if I'm on the right track. And there, look at that. I just cut the cards, and here's the Death card. Okay, that's the tarot deck saying stop doubting yourself. And let's do it. What would you like to know?
If anybody's on the other side wants to give me a message.
Okay. Let's see. Well, whoa, interesting card. This is another card that I look for in these kind of readings, because it's about family and grandparents and great-grandparents and great-great-grandparents and grandchildren. It's going forwards and backwards, and that's the 10 of coins. I had that earlier today for somebody. It refers to a happy family, but mostly it refers to lineage. And so, yes, the answer to the first part of your question is there are way back family members watching. That's how I'm going to interpret that card. The next two cards, the Nine of Cups. The Nine of Cups is a card about being happy. And the next card is the Magician. Yeah, and so this is the message, which is we're here. They want you to be happy. And it's more than just, that's an interesting version of happiness, that Nine of Cups, because it's about enjoyment. It's about sensual delights. It's about enjoying good things. A lot of people can't, you crack open a nice bottle of champagne and they'll feel guilty, some people. But the person in the Nine of Cups really is into the finer things in life and the good things in life. And the message here is enjoy yourself. The Magician card's a card that says you have the power. You have power from above, and you can bring it down to have it work for you here on earth. That's the only way I can read this message, and I'm assuming that it's answering the question because the Death card showed up right at the top, and like I said, that's one of the two cards I look for. One of the three cards, really: the Death card, the High Priestess, and the 10 of Coins. And in this case, you got the 10 of Coins and the Death card, which tell me this is a mediumistic reading. There are people watching you. They go way back in your family and your family history, and they want you to enjoy really good things in life, and they want you to remember that you have spiritual power and you can make things work in this life. If you've had any doubts about your own power or your own abilities, they're telling you you don't need to doubt it.
Okay.
Does that sound like a message you need?
Well, I mean, there was more. There's people who died recently. I was hoping you get a message from any of them.
Well, are they not family members?
No.
Okay, because what and here I get, this is great. I got the other card, the High Priestess. What I'm getting now are family members. Now, like I said, I don't really specialize in this kind of stuff, but what I'm getting is a very definite signal. There are only 3 cards that I look for if I'm doing this kind of a reading, and I just got all 3 of them. So what I'm getting is the message, and it seems to be coming from family members from way back. Not even recent family, that you are a very powerful person and that you should not be afraid to use your power. That's the magician. The magician draws power, spiritual power from above and uses it here on earth. And the 9 of Cups, that's about, just about really enjoying life. That's the message that I've got here.
Can you tell me anything about my future then?
Well, let's see. That's I can give that a shot. I'm going to shuffle the cards up. There are people at Ask One Radio who are really specialists in mediumistic work, and maybe you can get through at some point to one of them. But I think that's a pretty good message here. Let me just see what else I've got.
Yeah,
and we'll just shuffle them up one more. We'll shuffle them up one more time, and well. Okay, well, have you had, I don't know if you've had any money problems lately, but I see that going away. I see a good chunk of money coming your way. I'll tell you what I've got. I got the 6 of Coins, which is a card about getting money. I've got the Ace of Coins, which is a card for a new way of making money. I've got the King of Coins, which is somebody who's the master of money. And I see Temperance card. That's the 3rd time we've gotten the Temperance card here tonight, which is about balance in your life being restored. If there was some imbalance in your life because of money problems, I see that going away. And judging by the 3 cards, one after the other, I think it's going to happen soon. So the Ace of Coins, generally, although the rods are about career and work, money and work are intertwined, obviously. So if you've been looking for something new in terms of work or a raise at work or a new career or even getting a career, I think that's in the cards for you, okay?
Yeah. Is there anything about romance?
Let's see. Well, I got to go, but I'm going to leave you with this. I got one. You asked about romance, and the card I got is a cup card, and cups are about romance. So I think you're really working. You're resonating with these cards. It's the 4 of Cups, and then I've got to run. I'll tell you what that means. The 4 of Cups is generally in a romantic situation. It means that there's somebody around you now who's interested in you, but that person has not made it known.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense.
So keep an eye out. There may be somebody who acts a little different when you show up, which is a little hard for you to tell if you weren't there. How are you going to know what they were like before you got there? But you can see maybe somebody perks up when you enter the room.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay. My pleasure. I'm going to see if I can get one more call in. Okay, bye-bye now. Let's see, Kim in Phoenix. Can we give it a shot for a quick reading?
Sure.
So what can I look at for you?
How about the next 3 weeks?
Well, okay. Let's see what I got. I'll just shuffle it up and put out some cards and see what the story they tell is. Now, this is, I wish we had a little more time. The first 2 cards I have are about sadness and something bad happening and not being well and being upset. After that, I see a sudden change and then everything is good after that. Have you gone through something really traumatic lately?
Yeah, last 2.5 years.
Okay, well, let me tell you something. these cards show that I got the Three of Swords, which is about sadness. It's usually about divorce or that kind of stuff, or a family fighting or breaking up. The Eight of Swords, which I had earlier, that's about feeling restricted and unable to move. Now I got the Tower struck by lightning. Bang. That's what that means. There's going to be sudden change. The Two of Cups means a new relationship coming. The Ace of Cups means the beginning of happiness and romance. And the Ten of Cups is perfected happiness. So these are cards about, not necessarily about romance, but emotion. And they're good, healthy emotion and happiness and joy. So what I'm seeing is I got these really dark cards that have clouds in them, which is the Three of Swords and the Eight of Swords. Then comes a lightning bolt that bang, like that, smashes it all, and something good is coming. And it's just like I was talking about that song in West Side Story, something's coming. And what you got now is the Two of Cups and the Ace of Cups and the Ten of Cups. And I tell you, that is happy stuff. So
That's
I see over the next 3 weeks, you asked me, you asked about what about the next 3 weeks. I think that you're going to take you're going to have a really positive change for the better. And you've got it coming.
Good.
You deserve it, right?
Yeah, definitely. That's long awaited.
I'm going to pull one. I'm pulling one more card for you because I like to put a cap on these things, and that's the Star. That is a major card, just like the Tower, but the Star card is a card of hope and optimism. So it's saying cheer up, in a sense. Now, saying cheer up to somebody who's going through a bad time is not a really good thing to say. But the cards are saying that good times are coming and you will cheer up. That's what they're saying.
And there's,
when you're feeling down,
no negative influences holding back?
Down. Pardon?
Is there any kind of negative influences holding, like that to hold me back?
Not that I see. I'm not seeing anything like that at all. The only warning I have now that you asked is, and then I got to run, is the Ten of Rods, which is not to, just don't overburden yourself. Don't overdo it. Don't overwork yourself. Okay.
Okay. Got it. All right. Thank you so much.
You're going to. Okay, you're entering a really, really good period, and that's it for the show tonight. So best of luck to you. Bye-bye now.
Thank you.
And folks, that's it. It's time to close the curtain on the magical window. If you like what you heard and you would like to get into something like this yourself, if you want to do this kind of work, I keep telling people, just there's a wonderful book that I wrote. It's called Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. Just check that out at magic-works.com. Reverend Elliot's Magical Window is a book that'll get you started learning how to read tarot cards. To recap what I said at the beginning, I want you all to go to mojoacademy.org or to amazon.com and look up Unmasking Fear. Unmasking Fear. That is one of the most important books ever written. If you think that you may have, I'd go to Mojo Academy. Don't go to Amazon right away. I mean, just go to mojoacademy.org and take a look at the books there, because like we like to say, there is a book there that will change your life. Books like Hunches, that'll tell you what kind of psychic abilities there are, and you can see what you have, what you don't have. But my psychic ability is telling me that I've got to wrap this up in just a few seconds. So until we get together next Wednesday on the Ask One Radio Network, this is Reverend Elliot reminding you that time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Bye-bye now.